So hello, Kidwell. Keyman. That's from Ghostbusters. The possessed man and woman key holder, and what was the other one called? I am the key holder, and in the first Ghostbusters movie, Gatekeeper. That's it. Hey, Tim. Hey, 3DB, 3D Print. I'm doing pretty good. Woke up a little late today. Yesterday, I spent the whole day working on a project. I didn't finish till like 3 in the morning, but it was fun. You know, I actually got it done. One of my Rocketry buddies offered to pay for my room at Narcon, so I can go to Narcon. It's like a technical conference for Rocketry. I've never been to one, and Narcon this year is only 7 hours away in Tucson. I can do that drive. That's no problem. You know, it's only $100 worth of gas. But I can't afford the hotel room, so he offered to pay for the hotel room in exchange for some 3D work. So you have this rocket called the Orange Crush. So it's an E2X rocket. So that fin can is plastic, and these fins snap into place. So you want to know if I can make a 3D printable version of it. I spent all day working on it. I mean, I must have put 12, 14 hours into this, and it was just a blast because not only did it work, but it worked really freaking well. I mean, it works as good as or better than the originals. And the fins all pop in and out just like they're supposed to. And I figured out how to make them 3D printable so that you require one piece only, no support, and no post-processing. You just print them and stick them on. So the problem is you have these tabs, okay? And those tabs are what lock into these holes. Now, if you're reasonably familiar with 3D printing, you see where I'm going with this. Those tabs require support, or they're going to fall because that's a direct overhang. And so I put little triangular gussets at the front and back so that they wouldn't require support, but it would require bridging. Okay. And it worked, except one problem. You had to clean up the support when you're done. You had to take a knife or a pair of nippers, and you had to nip out those little triangular gussets so that the fin could install into the rocket. Well, I figured out if I just make the entire root shoulder taller, I could leave the gussets in there, and in fact make the gussets bigger so they're stronger, because there's plenty of room inside of here that's not being used. So it's okay if this part here was a little taller, and that made the whole thing print without any support whatsoever. So no support, no cleanup, it just works. I couldn't believe it. I was just thrilled by how well it works. And the fins have nice airfoils now, which actually helps me because I need that large printing surface because the fins print like that. They print standing up like that. That's all vase mode, and then that's normal 3x3x3. But yeah, I'm blown away with how well it worked. So one of you guys asked me about the Sonic Mini. The next task is to see if I can replicate this piece. That's a little harder because the problem is those holes need some pretty decent precision, and they have to be shaped just right in order to accept these fins. That's going to be a little harder to 3D print. I'm not 100% sure I can do that or not. Now, one advantage is these gaps are so small, I might be able to print them. That was you, Pygar? He asked me about the Sonic Mini. So he asked me about the Sonic Mini, and I was like, well, I don't have one. So just for the hell of it, I sent an email to the company and said, any chance you send out a review unit? And they said, sure. So a week later, here we go. But these gaps might be small enough that I might be able to get away with no support and just printing it. I'm gonna have to try that. We'll see. So what's so special about this one? It's actually lower resolution than most printers. It's a 1080p panel instead of a 2K panel. To be honest, there really isn't much difference between 1080p and 2K. 2560 by 1440 versus 1920 by 1080. Well, that's what no, the whole idea is to be able to change the fins. That's the idea. You can change the fins, put different design fins on, different shape fins. Easy to assemble because this is a super easy assembly for kids. So this comes in 2 pieces. So this just goes together and you glue this together. I broke the tabs because I was stress testing the parts. The motor goes into here. There's a tube that goes up the center, and this just threads on to hold your motor in. And the these then just snap into place. And it requires very little gluing. And then the body tube glues onto here, and your second tube and your nose cone, and you build your rocket. It's called the E2X series. So yes, I could do this fin can all as one piece with the fins and everything already attached. But then there's no assembly at all. The idea is to get the kids assembling a little bit. And this is like a medium step between full-on balsa wood glue in place fins, because attaching the fins is one of the more difficult parts of building a rocket, because the fin has to be aligned correctly. So this guarantees that it'll be aligned correctly every single time. Too heavy. If you made the whole thing out of this, it'd just be too heavy and require larger and larger engines to make it fly reasonably. Plus, the idea is, yes, this is 18 millimeter. So the idea is for this to be a mid-step. They do have kits that are basically no assembly. They basically come ready to fly. But the whole idea of this kit is that it's a mid-step in between that. There's actually no motor tube. The motor actually installs directly into here. So you just stick the motor in there, thread this on, and you're done. So this would go on here, and then this would join these 2 pieces of tube together, and then your nose cone will go on top. So very, very easy assembly, but there is still some assembly. So you're migrating the kids from, ready to fly rockets to a little bit more assembly. And then if they're still interested in it, then you can migrate to more involved kits where you actually glue the fins on. Especially the younger kids who just don't have the dexterity to be able to glue fins onto a rocket. This they could maybe possibly do with just a little bit of instruction. And then the tubes are easy to glue together. You put a little glue in here and then the part just fits in. There's no alignment, there's no precision involved. So they're still building it, but it's within their capabilities. So it's actually a pretty cool idea. And these fins are lighter than the ones that Estes makes. These are 5 grams a piece, 4.66 grams a piece. And they print in 27 minutes. Nice. So I bought this kit. It's a discontinued kit. That's why he needed fins, because he couldn't get any replacement fins. And so now the idea is, can I replicate this part here? Because if I can replicate this part here, then all he needs is, I believe this is BT60. It's a standard size tube. And I can also replicate the nose cone pretty easily. So he could continue to use this kind of a kit because it's also large. You can see it's a pretty big rocket. And kids like that. They love the large rocket, the young ones. So it's pretty cool. It's kind of exciting. I didn't think I had the ability to make a part like that, but I did the whole thing in Tinkercad. Tinkercad's amazing. Oh no, you can fly this over and over again. In fact, that's the only mistake I think they made, is that I think I would do this part in plastic, because if you did this part in plastic, you could then build a place to tie the shock cord, the Kevlar shock cord, so that they don't have to glue something on the inside of the body tube, because that's a critical part. If you do the shock cord wrong, your parachute goes away, your nose cone goes away, and your rocket does what we call a lawn dart. It takes a core sample. because this part will come straight down and take the core sample. Yeah, well, I was cleaning up here, so I kind of chased them off. They're out there somewhere. Oh, Ender got his first kill. Ender got a mouse. I couldn't believe it. He came out all excited, running back and forth, carrying this mouse in his mouth. And then the problems start. First, I can't take it from him because I want to encourage him to do it more. So I left him alone and just, kept saying, good kitty, and whenever he would stop long enough, I'd give him some petting, tell him he's a good kitty. And the next time he does it, I'm going to take it from him, but I'm going to give him a treat in exchange. So I want to try to teach him that giving me the mouse results in him getting a delicious treat. So that he will bring them to me. Because there's the problem. You see, cats' instincts are broken because they are partially domesticated animals. They are kind of self-domesticated. Hey, bunny love. So what happens is they have the instinct to go after it. That's why cats chase things and play with things. It's part of their instinct for hunting. The problem is his instincts are broken. So he catches the mouse, but then he doesn't recognize the mouse as food. Okay? I was hoping he'd bite into it, make it bleed, taste it, and decide he liked it. But he didn't do that. That would have been an accident. He'd be like, oh, wait a minute. This tastes good. This is food. I'm hoping he'll do that. You need a panther for that. Black Panther, man. He can slink around in the shadows. But, so he doesn't have the instinct to kill. See, to him, a mouse isn't food. It's a toy. So he tortured the poor little freaking mouse for like an hour and a half, just playing with it. He would let it go, and the mouse would sit there, breathing with his heart going 1,000,000 miles an hour. And if it tried to run, then he'd catch it again. And if it didn't try to run, he'd pat it until it ran, and then he'd catch it again. So he tortured the poor thing for an hour and a half. It's like, oh, just kill it. Don't torture it. So, here's the problem, though. To him, food comes in a bowl. So he doesn't recognize the mouse as food. So I guarantee you with 100% certainty, okay, 99.999999999% certainty, that mouse is now lying dead, cached somewhere hidden in this house. So in about 3 or 4 days, I'm going to confirm that when this house starts to stink of decomp. You'd be amazed how bad a little tiny mouse like this could stink up a house when it goes to decomp. My only hope is that it's so dry here that it might move to the desiccation phase really quickly. In which case, won't smell too much. Because then we got to find it. So that's why I have to train him to bring them to me. Because if I can train him to associate bringing me the mouse and letting me have it with getting food as a treat, then he'll continue to do that. He'll continue, oh, I caught one. I'll go get a prize, and I'll give him a prize for it. But the first one, though, I had to let it go. I couldn't mess with him because I didn't want to discourage him. I didn't want him to think it was wrong. I wanted him to understand that it's okay to go and catch those things. So we'll see. But I would probably design this out of plastic so that I could put a mount in here for the shock cord. A nice beefy shock cord mount built into this piece. But otherwise, yeah, the only non-3D printed part you would need would be the 2 paper tubes. So, the Phrozen Mini. The advantage of this printer, it's the first print. Most of these printers use cell phone LCD screens. Like literally, they just take the screen off of a phone like this. Well, not this is an OLED, but the screen off a phone like this. I wouldn't even be surprised if this is the same screen that's in these phones. This one's actually probably a little bit bigger than the screens that are in these printers. But basically, it's a cell phone screen. And that's an RGB screen. Now, the problem with that is that, well, UV destroys everything. And my battery pack died. It won't switch over to battery power. It treats the battery as 100%, but as soon as I unplug it, it goes to 0. So I got to figure that out because that's a $350 gizmo. So this one has the first black and white screen. Okay, so it's not RGB, it's black and white, it's a monochrome screen. The advantage of a monochrome screen is more UV light can pass and the screen takes less damage from the UV light. So this printer can print sub 2-second layer burn times. You know, they say 2-second burn times, but with transparent filaments, you can go even faster. So you can, in theory, go down to like 1.5-second burn times, which means faster prints. Your prints happen faster. So instead of 6 or 7 seconds per layer, it's 1.5, 2 seconds per layer. On top of that, the screen lasts longer. They say the screen should last 2,000 plus hours. Now, your typical Mars LEGO Creality screen is only going to last you, hey, drone shots. Your typical Creality monoprice, monoprice, LEGO, Anycubic screen, RGB screen, they all use the exact same screen. You can actually interchange them. Those are only going to last between 400 and 500 hours before they puke. So you're thinking, well, that's great. And the printer's only $200, $199. Right now, it's only available on their website. It's not available anywhere else. So no affiliate link. That's all right. Shipping can be pretty expensive, though. Like when I went to order one, it was like $60 shipping, so $260, which brings it right in line with everybody else. So the question is, how much does the screen cost? I'm waiting for a reply from them on that because the screen lasts 4 to 5 times longer. But if the screen costs 4 to 5 times as much, then there's no savings. You're paying the same amount. You're just paying a larger lump sum over a larger period of time. Hope it don't have a virus. Hope what doesn't have a virus. So if the screen's only twice as expensive as a regular screen, well, then you're saving big bucks. So that's nice. China doesn't have a virus. China's a country. Living things have viruses. So what do you mean? Oh, you mean did a virus come from China in this? That's not possible. You're never going to get a person with coronavirus could take this printer and go like this, and that virus will be dead by the time it gets to the U.S. Most viruses cannot survive very long in an open environment. Like AIDS has a survival limit in the open air of 13 minutes. I think the flu is a little bit longer, but it's measured in minutes. Okay, so this won't even make it out of the country before whatever viruses that may have been on it are dead, unless of course there's something in here that's warm and moist and contained to allow it to survive, which is not going to happen. But so even if you took 10 people with coronavirus and had them rub themselves all over this with their bodily fluids, it's not going to infect you when it gets here. The virus will be dead before it even leaves the factory. The virus just can't survive that long outside the body. I know flu viruses are a little more resilient. They might be like 20-30 minutes or something like that. I'll have to look it up. I don't know what it is. That's how you're able to get it with transfer to a doorknob and stuff like that. But for the most part, the virus is never going to survive from China to here. What a gift of that. Yeah, surprised they sent one to me. I was like, nice. So, hopefully this will do well on the channel. I was surprised how badly the Anycubic wash and cure station did. It doesn't even have 1,000 views. I was like, ouch. I guess people aren't interested in that. I was thrilled by it. I thought it was wonderful. Yeah, that came off pretty easily. Normally they're a real pain to get off. But I also got those Tamiya nippers. They're supposed to be equivalent to God Hands. God Hands is a Japanese pair of nippers that are really, really, really good, but they're also like $60. These are the Tamiya ones for like $26, and so far they do seem pretty good. I do like the slightly curved flat surface on the bottom here. Actually, it's flat. It looks curved, but it's flat. It looks like it does have a slight curve, so you can get really close to something and nip it off. Like this could take off the top layer of my skin, just by doing that. It's pretty neat. So we'll see. We'll see how much I like them. But so far, I do like them. Wish they're a little lighter. They're a little on the heavy side. I believe it's 5mm magnets. I'll have to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure it's 5mm by 1mm magnets. Yes, 5mm by 1mm. It's a little tiny magnets. You put 6 on that side, 6 on that side, glue them in place, and they stick. I might make those holes a little deeper so you can use like 2mm magnets, because one of the problems that I run into is that the magnets don't stay in place. So when you pull, it pulls them out of the holes. Every now and then I have to do that. I did my little multicolor trick on this one here, but I chose the wrong colors. the gold is too hard to see. Yeah. Don't know. We filed the opposition, and I guess now we wait. So, no problem. We just started. Well, let's dig into this critter. Keep that handy. Okay, I'll keep an eye on that. Gundam Planet. So yeah, that makes sense because they would be doing a lot of tree trimming for parts, plastic parts. I'll send you the security bits to open it up. To open what up? Containers of almonds? No containers of almonds. I mean, that's Fruit Loops cereal. That's printing filament, printing stuff, and over there is all vegetables. Vegetables and fruits. I had to replace the microwave. Oh, you mean the other one? I probably have security bits. I have a set somewhere. Again, it's all packed away. Actually, you can see it on one of my videos. I got all the crates moved from the bus to the container, but everything is still in crates, of course. Oh, nice branded box. It says Frozen. Looks like we got a nice shiny red cover. I got some of this. This is the resin we're going to play with today. This is monoprice resin that was on clearance for $20 a liter. I bought 4. Kitties running around somewhere. Probably torturing Michelle. They're not torturing you? Oh, it's a nice compact unit. And there is nothing else in here. The kitties will find this entertaining. So we'll toss that box down there and see how long it takes to fill with kitty cats. Any new box fills with cats real quick. It's gone now, so they don't have it for sale anymore. But yeah, I bought 4. I wanted to buy more, but I wasn't sure if I was actually going to get what it was listed as because it was so cheap. But I did. They came in. I bought 4 bottles, and it's orange. Doing pretty good. Still got this damn cough. I looked it up, and apparently, when you have a nasty flu, an after-flu cough can last for 3 to 8 weeks. I think the cough is worse than the flu, because the flu was gone in 2 days, and Advil and Tylenol took care of that. This is that unobtainium plastic. That's like super stupid durable. It's like that really, really thick stuff. Like you couldn't break this if you light printed on it. You're never breaking that. You have to cut it. How about rubbing my face on printers? Yeah, it's annoying. Apparently it's just an inflammation in your throat, so there's nothing actually making you cough, except that the tickling in your throat causes a cough reflex. It's really annoying. Okay, so what we have here is an actual linear rail, like not just the 2 smooth rods built into a frame, but an actual linear rail. Nice. There's your end stop. That's pretty typical. But here's something I found interesting. These are plastic vats. So it's got a metal ring on the bottom for the FEP, but the vat itself is plastic and it looks beautiful. It is transparent plastic, so I wonder if you're going to be able to actually see through that and be able to see the printing. I'm not sure if you'll actually be able to see that. Hey, Rich. So pretty neat. Screen, they have the screen already masked off with this little bit of tape. I like the fact that these, when you unscrew, they only unscrew so far, then it's smooth. That allows you to just drop them in place and spin them up. And then you can just unspin them and then pull them off. That's actually pretty nice. I like that. The ones that thread all the way are a pain in the ass. Well, the question is, the screen's rated for 2,000 hours. So that's about 4 times longer than the other typical screens. So the question is, how much does the screen cost? Does it have a sensor? I don't see a sensor, no. So this should run without the cover. The Anycubic wash and cure station has a sensor back here. Here's your tower. It looks like your plate bolts to the tower. Tiny little LCD screen on the front. Looks like we have a decent manual. We'll have to go through that. Oh, it comes with a little funnel. Broken, but that's okay. That's nice. Ooh. That looks nice. It's textured too. So it's already got a textured surface for better adhesion. Oh, that's nice. Okay, I see. So this works just like the Creality one works. Does it go this way? Yeah, it goes like that. Okay. Metal scraper for getting parts off of the aluminum bed, but it's not sharpened. So Phrozen, I'd like to see that sharpened. It's not going to work too well without being sharpened. Some gloves. It's very nice to include that. The plastic spatula for getting stuff off of your FEP. You do not want to use the metal on your FEP. You'll destroy it the first time you do that. And then we have here the USB drive, some extra screws and nuts, an Allen key, and it looks like some feet for the bottom of the printer. Here is your power brick. That's a small power brick. It is, oh wow, 24 volt. This is a 24 volt printer. Well, that's unusual. 24 volts, 1.5 amps. I don't know. That depends on if the screen actually gets 2,000 hours and how much it costs to replace the screen. If the screen, put it this way, if the screen is less than $100, yeah, if the screen is under $100, then this is a better deal. If the screen is over $100, then the other printers are a better deal. Although this also has the advantage of being faster. 1080p, so just a smidge less resolution than the Eligo, Creality, Anycubic printers. There are 2K screens, 1440p versus 1080p. In reality, that's not much of a difference. That's because it's a monochrome screen. So I don't know where they got the monochrome screen, whether it was an off-the-shelf thing or whether they had it designed. But if they can, okay, that's not gonna work. I need to. Seriously? The cable won't come out? Damn. There we go. Don't need this. That's trash. Do we need to do anything with these feet? Yes, we do. Okay. Pop that cable out before I break it. I'm totally okay with a 1080p panel on a printer this size. You know, going to 2K, 4K, there's not really any point when you're printing this small. Now, when you start printing like the Phrozen XL, now you need more resolution. Out of stock again? Okay, so these are little rubber feet. That's nice. Well, the reason these printers are affordable is because they're using off-the-shelf parts. Hence all the printers. If you buy an Anycubic, a Creality, a Monoprice, or an Eligo, or an Anycubic, or a Micromake L2, or an FL Sun S, they all use the exact longer L10. They all use the exact same screen. I mean, like literally, you can take the screen and move it from machine to machine. It's the same screen. The advantage of that is the screens are $30. And that's probably the most expensive part in the whole machine. Anti-aliasing does work. Well, then you adjust the anti-aliasing. Like in Chi2 Box, you can adjust how strong the anti-aliasing is. Let's see what's on the drive. Okay, so it does use Chi2 Box, which is good. Catalog. Looks like it comes with a copy of Chi2 Box. Hopefully I can use my existing Chi2 Box. Hopefully one of these config profiles, hopefully I can import that into Chi2 Box. There's no drivers, it's just software. There might be drivers on there, I didn't check. This doesn't even have a USB connection. Yeah, I guess you'd have to open it up if you want to plug it in by USB. Movable manuals, yeah. PDF manual, PDF catalog, the Chi2 Box software, which is not, that's not drivers, that's software, that's the slicer. And then resin profiles. Okay. We'll probably just print. Well, I don't know if what they come with will work. We might not be able to use what it comes with. There it goes. A little delay booting up there. Alrighty. So this is just in case you lose a couple of screws and a wrench. These are your tools for interacting with the printer. Yes, I will be. I haven't made a video in a couple weeks for Life in a Race. Yeah, I know. I got to take the vat off and do the leveling. Pretty good, Andrew. Yeah, it's in the back, but it's on the side. So there, your USB ports right here. Your power switch and plug are in the back here. I kind of wish the USB was on the front. So of course, the very first thing I will be doing is getting rid of the USB drive it comes with. What did I do with that? Is it up here? Yep, there it is. Because sticking this into your resin printer is not a good idea because it sticks out the side. So it sticks out like this. So the first time you bump into that, well, there goes your USB drive and there goes your socket there. So first thing I do is these are $6 on Amazon. I have them linked down below in the parts and accessories folder. But I just replace them with these. I got little googly eyes for my air conditioner. They're here somewhere. I don't know where it's at. Oh, it's going to be like almost 50 today, like 51 degrees today. So it'll be pretty nice here. Shorts weather. So you replace it with one of these. And then it doesn't stick out the side very much. So it's just that little nub sticking out right there. Oh, that's far superior to that. So I'll just transfer all the files over to this. So we'll just copy those over. There we go. Yeah, snow's pretty much all gone. Any place where there's still shadow, like where the sun doesn't hit, there's a little bit of snow, like right on the front edge of my house. But otherwise, it's all gone. Snow doesn't last long here. Wow, this can do up to 0.3 millimeter layers? Holy crap. I actually think I have a bottle of that shine thing. They had a particular color I needed or something like that, but I haven't used it yet. We don't exactly know how dangerous resin is on the skin. This is from Smiling Skull. What we do know is that it is potentially toxic and that it is absolutely sensitizing. So it acts like epoxy in that regard. If you manhandle epoxy without protection, eventually you become sensitized to it. And that sensitization will cause you to break out if you so much as go near the stuff. So you do want to make sure you wear your protection. It's probably not as toxic as people think, but I certainly wouldn't want to be sticking my fingers in it, and, getting it all over my skin. So do be careful, and do be careful around kids and pets because they will probably play with it. So make sure it's protected. Because remember, the younger you are, the easier it is to get an accumulation of sensitization. So you really want to make sure kids aren't around this until you know better. Okay, it looks like you do not remove the vat to set this up. How is the 3D footprinting dad? Oh, I remember you. Remember, keep it clean. Okay. Wasn't that weird? I know people, some people should realize that they have that little bell icon, and that actually is more than just a bell for you to click. If you click that, you actually have multiple options. So you could tell it, no notifications, some notifications, or all notifications. So it's also very handy when you want to help out a channel, but you don't want to have your channel, your watch list flooded with their videos. You can lower that position so that you're helping the channel out, but then you're not going to get flooded with their videos either. So. Okay. Well, let's try it. First thing we gotta do is level it. We're gonna loosen all of these. Yeah, you definitely do not want to come in direct contact with this stuff. He's a bit of a friendly troll. We like friendly trolls as long as they keep it PG. Let's see here. That should be it. That is in place. Tools, LCD test. LCD lights up good. Z calibration. Take off the resin vat. Okay, so the instructions are different than this. This says leave the vat in place, but the on-screen instructions say remove the vat. I don't want to tear that up. Where's some paper? I can use that. We're settling okay. Like, I couldn't get a shower this morning. The hot water heater stopped again. I swear to God, if I didn't pay $500 for this hot water heater, I'd put a stick of dynamite under it and see how high the fucker flies. It's driving me nuts. Actually, I do have a safety data sheet for Creality resin. I just threw that away, actually. There we go. MSDS test report. Don't know if there's going to be anything useful in it. Yep. Ender's in the box. Absolutely, and some fins. I want to make sure that sucker prangs when it hits the ground. I haven't noticed any appreciable difference between the resins, although the ABS-like resin from Eligoo is both cheap and more durable than typical resins, so I like that one. So it looks like it has ethyl methacrylate, benzopheno 1, polycrylate 2 cross-linked polymer, trimethylopropane tricrylate, and then a bunch of numbers. CI 15850, 15985, 17200, whatever all those mean. No adverse effects due to inhalation are expected. When heated, the vapor fumes given off may cause respiratory tract irritation. The important part, toxicological information. Toxicity, irritation, ingestion, toxicity, skin, toxicity, irritation, eye irritation, all not classified. So they have no idea. Yeah, section 11. Yeah, it's all not classified. Which means they have no freaking clue. Now here's the weird one. Ecotoxicity. Material not expected to be harmful to aquatic organisms. But I thought we just heard that the liquid resin going down the drain is very toxic to aquatic animals. So that's interesting. Yeah, I would not drink this. That would probably end badly. So that's like one of the most useless MSDSs I've ever read. And they just don't know. Next. No, not yet. I haven't bugged him because we had a lot of snow. I'm not going to make somebody come out here in the snow. But I hope that there's 100 amp wire in the ground. I really hope. Because it's really annoying not to be able to turn multiple things on together because you know it's going to pop the goddamn breaker. Yeah, kind of like Section 31, except not as much teeth. And it's able to keep it cool with no fans? I'd be concerned over the LED array's ability to stay cool. Because those LEDs are going to get very hot. These you have to be careful with because they can pressurize. So you don't want this spraying on you. And also there's a plug I threw away on my first one. You have to keep that plug or these leak. Oh, this one wasn't pressurized. Oh, because it's got the plug. So this plug is necessary. You need to keep this plug. So maintain possession of that plug so that you can put it back in to close this thing. Otherwise, it does not seal. It will leak. Not that I'm aware of. At least not here, not in the US. And the only place I found this for sale was like 3DP Planet or something like that. So you can't get it on well, I guess that makes sense that it would be pressurized. I'm at 7,000 feet, and this was probably made at sea level. Now, this goes in. I love these. This is great. Okay. I don't like this, that I have to reach into here to pull this out. I guess I should shake. Fuck it. Okay. So that is secured and ready. That's not cool because apparently it is a bit more lethal than the standard flu. Yeah, remember the problem they have in China is population density. They have so many people that like when you go to work at the factory, they actually test you. They put a temperature probe to your forehead to see if you're running a fever, to see if you're sick, because you might go to a factory with 200 or 300 other people, and those 200-300 people will catch it and go home. So yeah, contagions can spread very, very quickly in China, just because there's so many people, and their culture is not it's not secular like our culture is. They like grouping together, so they're always around other people typically. So things like this spread very, very quickly, which is why they have to take such drastic action to stop it. Like they have to literally shut down the city, tell everybody, go home, you're on holiday. Like the government tells them this. Because if they don't, it'll spread like wildfire. Pretty much any resin should handle outdoor use. Just spray it with either a UV coating or some kind of paint, and that'll protect it from UV. There is no threat to you getting coronavirus from China. The threat level is 0. Okay, unless someone travels from China to the US. Okay, you're not going to get sick going to your Chinese restaurant. You're not going to get sick ordering Chinese takeout. Don't punish those businesses just because you're afraid of some mythical coronavirus. It comes from people. Okay, it's similar in regard to the flu. The only way you're getting coronavirus is from someone else who has it. Okay, if you live in a port city, like if you live in San Francisco or Washington or New York City or any other city where you have primary international traffic coming in and out, okay, you should use a little more caution. Let's keep the modern politics out of it, okay, guys? This is the Phrozen Sonic Mini. Temperature range shouldn't be relevant. I'm not aware of there being any kind of temperature restrictions. For the resin, yes, but for the finished part, no. I believe it has similar to ABS glass transition temperature. So it should be safe in your car, you know, the finished part. Yes, but these travelers have to be specifically traveling to China, which is on lockdown. Okay? So if you haven't gotten it by now, you're probably not going to. Unless it comes over here. But you're not going to get it from your local Chinese takeout. Do you know where you're most likely to get coronavirus? Walmart. Because that's where most of the people are going to be. Okay? That's where you're most likely to get coronavirus. From Walmart. And you're not going to get it from your takeout place. Okay. Now let's bring up Chitu Box. Well, it probably depends on the surfaces it's living on. If the surface is hot, humid, and warm, then yes, it can live longer. But it's not going to live on this for more than a couple hours. Nice. How do you like it? Well, the issue with Walmart is the sheer volume of people. Okay. Okay. Here's something people don't realize. Do you realize you do not get cold? You do not get the cold or the flu because it's cold out. Okay. Most people might not actually know that. In fact, the colder it is, the less likely you are to get sick. Okay. Freaking Motorola update. I hate that. That's all right, Trial and Terror. I like that name, by the way, Trial and Terror. So people say, well, wait a minute. Why do I always get the flu in the winter? Well, that's actually easy. What happens in the winter? It gets colder. And what happens when it gets colder? You close all the windows, you turn on the heater, and you spend more time indoors with other people. So in the wintertime, we tend to spend more time in closed environments around other people. Therefore, virus can propagate more easily. In the summertime, viruses aren't as prevalent because our environments are open and we tend to be outside. Okay, so we're not clustered in a closed, heated environment around other people as much. So we don't get as sick in the summertime. No, I have not used XTC 3D, but basically it's an epoxy coating. So it's like you're literally putting an outer shell coating of epoxy on the model, which can work. Just be careful with dimensional accuracy if it's important. Exactly. Flu season tends to fall in the winter because that's when we tend to huddle around other people in nice, warm, moist environments. So more propagation of the virus. It's not the cold, it's the simple our behavior when it gets cold. Yes and no. Resin printers, if you print them in the same orientation as an FDM print, require the same amount of support as an FDM print. So if you print something that does not require support in FDM, it also does not require support here. So if I were to print this in resin, it would not require any support, just like it doesn't require support when I FDM print it. Now the trick is with resin, you have something you don't have with FDM printing. You have a pull. Okay, the part is being pulled off of a FEP sheet, so there's force being applied to the part that's not there in FDM. So particularly delicate parts might need a little bit of support just to keep them from being torn apart. Also, In order to reduce the amount of support you need, people will tend to tilt models, so print them at an angle. What's a good example of this? Which makes it easier to add support where it's easier to remove. And then you tend to add a little more support for security. But yeah, if I took this part and printed it like that on FDM, no support's needed. If I did the same part on resin, it should also need no support. Now, the only question is, yes, I have an LEU Mars, and it's very good. You have the part pulled off, then you need to, okay, a lot of people like to use light support because light support comes right off. The problem is light support is not strong enough to handle the pull. So it will actually pull the model right off the supports. So you have to have some heavy supports in order to hold the model and have it attached. And then you fill in with light support. So it's just a little different way of doing things. You guys got to learn how to do it. Yeah, the cough is annoying as hell. No issues. It doesn't make me sick, nothing like that. It's just annoying. Like I can feel the need. I can feel the tendency to want to cough right now. Whenever I breathe in, it tickles right here in my throat and makes me want to cough. I have printed 0.5 millimeter skins that work. You do have to increase the burn time a little bit to increase the toughness so that it doesn't tear. Because I have had parts tear, get a hole in it. Yeah, this is the Sonic Mini from Frozen. We might actually try to print one of these. I'll give you Corona. It does not come with resin. Most printers don't because the shipping requirements change quite a bit when you include a bottle of resin. Anycubic has obviously figured that out because they include a bottle of resin, but most of them don't. That's what this is. Got it yesterday. It's actually pretty cheap. It's only $200. It's the cheapest resin printer currently available. You can't get cheaper. Although it's longer. No, the longer is over $200 as well. No, I haven't been using my resin printers in a month. So I haven't used the resin printer since before I got the flu. This is the first time I'm turning on a resin printer in a month. Well, that's one thing I am going to work on, is I'm going to use one of these enclosures. I could put 4 resin printers in this enclosure, and then I'm going to put a little hole in the wall with a duct and connect it to this so I can have a negative pressure environment inside of this enclosure. This way, no resin odor whatsoever will come into the house. Little 5-volt USB fan, just enough to create a slight negative pressure so that the air goes out and not in, and then I won't have to worry about that at all. When I get this place rearranged, I'm going to have a table here, a wooden table I got, and then this table is going to be replaced with my new 8-foot stainless steel table I got, and it's going to sit right here. Then that whole wall is going to be shelving. And then if there's enough room, I'm going to have my other stainless steel table going this way here, so an L, if there's enough room. Yeah, their bigger printers are very expensive, but they're also awesome. Nice. I don't know. I would assume they're heavier than air. Yeah, you definitely want to keep this away from pets, and you want to keep it away from children, both of which are smaller animals, so they will be affected more rapidly by toxins. I've seen people mention that name, Eligo Saturn. I'm hoping it means bigger, because I want bigger. I just bought a box of dies. I saw what that guy on Twitter did. Amazing work using dies to on finished prints, and it's incredible. Now, can I import a profile? How do I think I do it here. Add new printer. Oh, Frozen's already in here. but not the Sonic Mini. Oh, this is an older version of G2 Box. I can upgrade to a newer version from the card. Nice. I'll take a new version of G2 Box. Yeah, I went to G2 Box keeps bugging me about upgrading, and I went to the site to upgrade, and you have to register and sign in to upgrade. I was like, no, thank you. I'm not creating an account to sign in just to download your newest software. You can keep it. G2 Box, Win64. Please don't change my icons on me again. Okay. I do not know what that word means. It is not too often I see a word I do not know. Did you mean an individuum? Or did you mean individual? There's not a whole lot of post-processing if you do it correctly. Literally, I take the part, I remove the support, I toss it in the vat, and I hit wash, and then I put it on the table and I hit cure, and it's done. Oh, I didn't see the ad. Man, having a metal printer. I have the Anycubic wash and cure station, which is absolutely amazing. If they can keep that thing under $300, it's going to be a hit. I was a bit leery about it. I was like, come on, a wash and cure station, really? You know, I could build one for $100. And there's something wrong with your browser. It should not work that way. If it is, there's something wrong on your computer or your browser. Something's not right. I have an ultrasonic bath too. But the Anycubic wash cure station is phenomenal. I mean, the parts came out so clean. It's crazy. Let's see here. Where is my latest G2 box? Right there. No, I do not want you to check for latest versions. Okay, so does this already have my Creality and Photoner here? Add new printer. Sonic Mini. Nice. Okay. Density is already there. We are going to go 0.1. Bottom layer count, we're going to do 3 since I'm doubling the layer height. Exposure time, we'll leave it at 1.5. Bottom exposure, we will change to 25. Let's do 35 because I'm doubling the layer height. We will leave all of that alone. We will turn anti-aliasing on. In the middle at 4 is fine. Okay. What the hell? Let's try slicing my fin. Just because I'm curious to see what it does. Let's see. Windows Explorer, downloads, rockets. Crush Fin 6. We're going to rotate you this way. Now, see, I wish Chi2Box would let me hollow some of it, but not all of it. Like, I want this part to be hollow, but I don't want this part to be hollow. Although, I guess if I make the skin... Let's just try it. So it's an hour and 18 minutes, really. It's going to take that long. Let's go higher. Print, let's go 0.2. Let's leave it at 3 bottom layers. Let's do 50 seconds for the bottom layers and 2 seconds for the intermediate layers. 43 minutes. Okay. That is a little bit better. Let's save it. It is saving as a Phrozen file. And we're going to call it Crush Fin. Why does Chi2Box always insist on starting every file name with an underscore? It's really annoying. Okay. And when I installed Chi2Box 1.6.1, it did import my profiles for my Creality and my Anycubic automatically, which is really cool. Okay. Let us print a file. I, of course, guessed at the settings for this. Those settings could be wrong. So this could fail. Yes, I remove supports before curing because it becomes more brittle after curing. So removing the supports beforehand, they remove cleanly. I don't have a problem with the smell, and this stuff is surprising. Actually, I just realized that. This stuff had almost no smell. At least I didn't stick my nose in it. Yeah, it stinks a little bit. But I gotta stick my face in it to smell it. It's not horrible, but it's definitely a recognizable odor. The 1.6.1 had a built-in profile for the Sonic Mini, so I selected that because I'm not using Phrozen resin, and those profiles are made for Phrozen resin. I'm also using a very large layer height, so their built-in profiles won't work. I'd have to change them all. ABS has almost no odor to me. I mean, I have to literally stick my face into the printer's build volume to smell the ABS. If I just sit here, even with that open, if I just sit here, I don't smell the ABS. Make sure you guys can see it. I'm doing layer height 0.2. So 50 seconds might not be long enough. It is nice how quiet this thing is. Jesus. This will go down to 0.03 layer height. The only drugs I do are black powder and APCP. Well, I'm doing 0.2 millimeter layer heights, so I figure each time I double the layer height, I have to double the burn time. No, I have not tried it yet. I'll have to give it a try. Apparently, a Prusa slicer does very good with supports. I think I heard the snick of a FEP release. It's a very thin part. Yes, the wash station is designed to accept any of these because all it is a little slot like this. So you just put the thing in there and tighten it down. So yes, that platform will fit on the wash station. They're all identical. Literally, I have 4 resin printers and they're identical. There's no difference between them for the most part. There really is no appreciable difference between the Elegoo Mars, the Anycubic Photon, and the Creality printer. There's no appreciable difference. This is the first one that's actually a little different. The printer's quieter, but the drive unit is noisier. The stepper motor for the Z-axis is actually noisier, but not by much. It's very quiet. Now, a monochrome screen is the correct thing to use for this. The problem is they were using off-the-shelf components, so they either found an off-the-shelf monochrome screen or they had one made. So whether or not that's good will depend on how much that screen is. If that screen's like 50 bucks, 60 bucks, then you're good to go. You're going to be saving money. But if that screen's like 120 bucks, well, then you're paying about the same price as going with a Photon or a Elegoo Mars. The screen won't last as long, but it'll cost you less. 2,000 hours, so about 4 times longer. I don't know. I'm assuming they're heavier than air. Well, okay. All things being equal, a monochrome should be cheaper, but that's not how things work. One of the reasons they use the RGB screen they use is because it's an off-the-shelf part, meaning millions of them are made every year. That's what makes it cheap. Yeah, birds would be a problem. Well, that should be enough for me to see if it's sticking or not. That's the same person because they said the same thing. Yep, it's working. It's working. Oh, no, that's the Sonic HD. What about the Sonic Mini? Because if the screen's 160 euros, which would be about what 170 US, then the Elegoo is a better deal. The Elegoo Creality or the Anycubic. Hey Avery, you got to stop spamming. You know, I can't tell if you're just regurgitating what other people have said or. Yeah, there's no way that's a human being. I'll put him in timeout first. Yeah, it sounds like it's just regurgitating other things that have already been said. Put it in timeout just in case it's a legit person. If they do the same thing when they come back, gone. LU screen should be 400 to 600 hours. So figure 400 hours. But the screen only costs $30 to replace. Okay. So 2,000 hours is 4 to 5 times longer. So 4 to 5 times the price is $120 to $150. That's how many screens you'd have to buy for the Elegoo to last the same length as this. But 4 Elegoo screens is cheaper than 1 Phrozen Sonic Mini screen. So they need to get the price of that screen down big time. Because these are open loop systems, they don't have feedback. To do what you're doing would require a closed loop system, meaning for the system to be able to detect that the motor has stalled. Well, remember, it's not print time. This print here takes 48 minutes to print, but you might only be using 20 minutes of screen on time in that 48-minute print. Probably. I'm doing 2-second layers because I'm printing at 0.2 millimeter layer height, which is still amazing. I could probably go down to 1.5 seconds if I used a transparent resin. No, that is not true. I've already burned out 2 screens on resin printers, and I don't print that much resin. The 400 hours goes by way faster than you think. I mean, I did 100 hours in 1 week. $60K printer, $60,000. Holy crap! Yeah, but printers don't run 8 hours 5 days a week. Printers run 24 hours 7 days a week. Now do the math. Printers don't do work hours. You know, I'll set up a 30-hour print and just let it run. And when that one's done, I'll set up another 30-hour print and let it run. So basically, when I get going on a printer, the only time it's not printing is when I am not using it for some reason. Me too. Especially if it can do the higher layer heights at that faster, which it seems to be doing. Because this print does not need better than 0.2 millimeter layer height. It doesn't need it. So I'll just use 0.2 and get a much faster print. It's actually slower than FDM. This is going to take 48 minutes to print. The FDM printer did this in 27 minutes. But I can tell this to do 20 of them at the same time in the same 48 minutes. That's cool. Well, the advantage for resin is in small, high detail parts And you also have the advantage of speed when you have to make a lot of parts. Remember, on an FDM printer, this is a 27-minute print. Let's call it 30 minutes just to make the math simple, okay? If I want to print 2 of them, it's 60 minutes. If I want to print 3 of them, it's 90 minutes, okay? Each one I want to print takes 30 minutes. This doesn't require sanding. This requires no finishing. It just depends on what you're printing, okay? Now, the advantage of the resin printer is that I can print 20 or 30 of these in the same time, all at once. That's a pretty substantial advantage if you can make it work. This requires no sanding, no finishing, no post-processing. You literally take it off the printer and install it on the Rocket, just like that. Done. All right, so it just depends on your part, depends on the work you're willing to put into designing it. Some parts you can't do that with. Some parts are going to require post-processing. Yes, this is what's called an MSLA printer. Okay, that's a masking stereolithography printer. So normally a SLA printer works exactly like an FDM printer, except instead of a hot nozzle melting plastic into a G-code path, you have a laser drawing the G-code path on a vat of resin. Okay, so with a printer like the FormBot, adding more parts takes more time, just like an FDM printer. This, however, is a masking printer. It works actually like a camera works. It exposes an entire frame all at once. Exactly. So layer complexity is irrelevant because it's just a picture of the whole layer. Move up, move up, and it does that. So whether I do 1 or 20, it's the same to the printer. Although you do have to worry about things like resistance from the FEP sheet pulling off and stuff like that. Have you guys seen my new Rocket? Oh, wait till you see this. Look at that. That just looks so good. I've been wanting to build this exact rocket for over 20 years. I lack the skill to model something like this out of wood or something like that. And I also lack the 3D modeling skills to do it. So MechG offered to model it for me. I provided him all my drawings and descriptions. Watch the cat. They're both right behind you. You gotta be careful, Michelle. They will make a run for it.
And there's a bird in our yard too.
Oh, if they see that, they're gone. So he modeled it for me on my instructions, and he freaking nailed it exactly what I wanted. This is all vase mode printed. So this is 2 halves that are vase mode printed, and this is vase mode printed as well. And the result is this sex with fins. It came out so good. I cannot wait to fly this. Oh man, I want to fly this so bad. I'm still trying to figure out how to put launch lugs on it without messing up the beautiful lines. It just, look at the curves. There isn't a straight line anywhere on this model. It is curves from one end to the other. It just came out so good. And I had a problem originally because of the 3 fins blending with the body. It tended to make the body triangular. So I said, well, go for it. Go all triangular because that'll look cool too. Came out beautiful. And then he actually came up with an idea, which was amazing. Check this out. So this is going full triangular. We're calling it Shark Attack. So he put teeth on it and eyes on it, and we're calling it Shark Attack. Oh yeah! Oh, that's so cool. Yes. That is amazing. I just printed this last night. I still have to design the parts to put it together. But yeah, that is amazing. This is Filament 1 Glint Dark Gray, and this is Prusament Mystic Brown. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. I also fabbed up this in Tinkercad. So I got a little ring fin rocket. Here's a little nerd credit for you guys. I'm calling this Alkubiri 1. Does anybody know why? So that's going to be fun to fly that too. And then you have a paper tube that goes up the middle, and that's where your rocket motor goes. And then we have the Space Fighter. I call it Alkubiri 1. I have not come up with a name for this yet. I'm still working on it. I want to pick a good name. So if anybody can come up with a really nice name for this, I want something that's, you know, kind of futuristic or steampunkish, but also elegant, because it's such a beautiful model that I want to pick a really good name for it. So if you think of a name, let me know. I might use it. But yeah, I love that. That is just, oh, it came out so nice. I cannot wait to see this fly. So that one's unnamed so far. I haven't come up with a name. No, it's got to be something. It's got to be totally PG. It's got to be super professional and elegant. Yeah, we got to mount a laser on top of the shark. Oh, that's a great idea. Maybe I can use one of 3D printing professor's printer blocks. He's got like little weapon modules. Print a little weapon module, put it around the shark. Oh, that would be awesome. No, not even close. Hey, Ender. There's my little Ender. Hi, baby. How you doing? There's Noel. You can see him down there. Don't curse, Michelle, okay? They probably deserve it. Yeah, something like that. Actually, just mount a literal laser pointer right to the nose of it. Yeah, he got his first mouse, so I'm very proud of him. I gotta get him some. I'm gonna give him some tuna tonight. I promised him a nice bit of fish if he caught a mouse.
Well, you can't do that in front of Noel. You gotta put Noel away when you do that.
6 minutes. That's it. The cure station does it in 6 minutes. I'm very impressed. Well, you don't need to use 99%. I would use 91%. And fogginess does happen sometimes with some resins. They do get a little foggy. Not a whole lot you can do about that. But usually it's water that makes them foggy. Not a 5 milliwatt laser. If you're sub 5 milliwatt, it's irrelevant. Plus, there's no point in having the laser on while the rocket's flying. Nobody can see it. The FAA is worried about the high power lasers and the green lasers. What people don't realize is that what can happen is the laser light's not going to hurt the pilot. It's not going to hurt the pilot. You're not going to blind anybody. You're not going to hurt their eyes. Even a 3-watt laser isn't going to do a damn thing to a pilot's eyes. It's too far away, and your dispersion is too great by the time it gets to the airplane. The concern is, because of the weird double-layer glass they use in cockpits and stuff like that on airplanes, when the laser light hits the glass, it can disperse in the glass like a fiber optic, basically turning their window opaque. because it's now filled with laser lights. They can't see through their windows.
You know you're
And if
not
they
allowed
can't
to
see
put
through their
it on.
windows, they can't see what's outside. That's why it's so dangerous to point a laser at an airplane. Because when do you point a laser at an airplane? When it's landing and taking off, which is the exact point in time when they need to be able to see out that window. So you're occluding their windows with the laser if it hits their window, and that's why it's dangerous. Tiabas. Oh, okay. Also adding clear coat, a spray of clear coat should return the clarity to the resin print. You could try it, but try 91%, see if that works better. Your 99% might be too aggressive. They should. It's a stupid thing to do. Now, the problem partially is lack of education. I would hope nowadays, if you point a laser at an airplane, you should get your ass handed to you. But in the early days, I would hope they did more education, because a large part of the issue is people just weren't aware. They didn't realize it was dangerous. I mean, I'm pointing the laser at the ground here and it's not harming anything. What's it going to do to the airplane? People just didn't understand how dangerous it was. That was just a game.
Can you try this?
Yeah.
No, I am.
Well, no, I don't want to use Tintin because number one, it's a trademark name, and number two, it's just not elegant. But I do plan to print a Tintin rocket. I think that'd be fun. But now your cure time is going to depend on how strong your UV lights are. Okay, the lights inside the cure station are 40 watts. That's a lot of UV light, so it's going to cure pretty quickly. It also depends on the frequency of the UV light. If you're at the wrong frequency, it's going to take longer to cure. It can be. So you need to
Chris, where can I put this?
Where can you put what?
The printer.
You can put it nowhere. You don't touch it.
I want to eat.
I don't care what you want to do. I'll move it. I'll bite you.
That's why I asked.
You get bitten.
That's why I asked.
No, you just get bitten. Yeah.
Thank you.
I had to go threaten to bite my sister.
She bites back.
Not yet. I will eventually be sharing it. I've decided how I'm going to handle my rockets. Now, part of the reason I'm making rocket kits is I want to make an income from it. Okay, I want to sell rocket kits. So I'm going to do it 3 ways. I'm going to release the STL files on Thingiverse for free. There's no way a pilot had eye damage from a laser pointer on the ground. No way. Not unless he was using a very high power laser. Dispersion of the light through the atmosphere is just too great.
I don't like this.
So unless he was using like, a 3 or 5 watt burning laser, that could damage somebody's eyes. But your standard run-of-the-mill 5 to 20 milliwatt laser should not damage anybody's eyes at those kind of distances. Hey, we got a PayPal. Lawrence Hall, $5. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that.
Hi, all.
Thingiverse is pretty cool. The yeah, but that's easy to remove. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to release the STLs for free on Thingiverse. Then on something like Cults or Gumroad or My Mini Factory, I'm going to have the files available for $10. Now, those are going to include factory files and pre-optimized G-code files. So you'll be able to go straight to printing. And most of these are going to be designed to be printed on an Ender 3 or i3 class printer. So if you have an Ender 3, an Ender 5, or any similar printer or a Prusa, you'll be able to simply load the G-code and print. You might have to edit the G-code for Prusa to add your G29. But those will be for sale that way. So the value add is I am giving you the factory files because a lot of these use a lot of trickery in the slicer to get optimal prints. Like this whole thing is vase mode, but at 1.5 extrusion multiplier, so you have a nice thick wall. I didn't design this. Well, I designed this, but I didn't model it. So I designed it and MechG modeled it in Fusion 360. Yes. Apparently, it has a sculpt mode. Hey Nova, I know you're the same person as Avery, so don't be spamming, or I'm just gonna boot you. Well, we got the triangular version, the shark attack, but I do plan to do other geometric shapes. So you'll have the triangle, square, the pentagon, hexagon, septagon, octagon, just for fun. The thanks, Edge of Tech. It probably was just another bot, just renamed. What did I miss there? Oh, yeah, a high-power laser from a couple 100 feet away? Yeah, that should get jail time. Because that's just stupid. And there's no longer any excuse. 10 years ago, I would say you should go easy on them if there's no harm done. Just explain to them how it's wrong, give them a warning, let them know how bad the fines could be. But today, if you still aren't aware that you shouldn't be pointing lasers at airplanes, well, that's a you problem. Up close, yes. Within 5 or 6 feet or less, yes, you can burn skin. I like doing that. At work, I'll just hit a guy. I'll hit his ankles with the laser, and I go, yow! Do be careful. The high power lasers can blind you instantly. At close range, they can damage your retinas instantly. So be very careful. The little laser pointers you get at the dollar store, they can't hurt anybody. But the higher power stuff, the fun stuff, they're dangerous. Be careful. It looks like it's printing. Where is my flashlight? There it is. Oh, yeah. Actually, I think I need to increase my layer burn time. It's actually tearing the fin a little bit. It's still printing, but it's tearing the fin. No, just a regular flashlight. It's a storm light that I converted to an LED. So I haven't charged this thing in like 8 months. It just lasts forever. It is not. So I actually got extra batteries for it. I don't think I need it. This is the original NiCad, and it'll probably go a year or two on battery before it runs out, just because the LED takes so little power.
Wiper. Knife. I'm talking to your father.
Yes, that's the third. I forgot. I didn't continue my conversation. The third way is I'm going to sell complete kits. So they'll come with the motor mount tube, the recovery system, everything needed to finish the kit and make it fly. So that'll be option number 3. The problem is, as of right now, I can't really mail out kits. Because these would deform in the summertime because they're PLA. But I hear that Filament One might be working on Glint ASA. That would be cool. So basically, at rocket launches, I would sell kits. And I guess I could ship them in the spring, fall, and winter, where they would never get hot enough to deform. But shipping one of those in the summertime would be risky. If it ended up sitting in a hot truck too long. No, I can't do that. Yes. Did oh no, not yours. No, yours didn't get sent yet. No. But whoever sent me the peach tea, I got it. Thank you very much. PET is a pain in the ass to print with, and it's weaker. and it does not have much of a glass temperature difference, so it'll still deform in a hot car. It only goes to about 70 C, which is only 10 or 15 better than PLA, so it's really no difference. You know, in your personal car, you might notice a difference, but for me to ship a product, I don't know if I want to make that risk. So this fin ripped. CPE is just PETG. CPE is a variation of PETG. So this fin tore. So right here, right about there, it ripped. So you have this part of the fin, and then you have the fin curving here because it ripped. But it did hold together, and it's continuing to print, so I'm going to let it finish. So I'll probably have to go to like 2.5 second layer time to make this a little stronger. ASA, apparently they've modified it. Oh yeah, well see, now you're talking about money though. Now a $40 rocket kit becomes an $80 rocket kit. It would be indestructible, but it would also be very expensive. $160C heat deflection. Wow, that's impressive. Hey, be nice. You tear apart my rockets, I'll tear you apart, kitty.
Claw in your chair. You hear me?
Yeah.
No, it's just clawing back in your chair.
No, PETG is weaker than PLA.
They're out of gas.
No, have not found the dead mouse yet.
It smells like a dead cartridge in here.
Actually, I have a name for the rocketry already called Nano Rocketry. The PLA or PETG has a higher deflection temperature than PLA, but it's by such a small amount, it's still going to melt in a car. Won't deform. They don't melt. Yeah, they're pretty cats. Yeah, stick the rocket in a box with the cat. If the rocket survives, you're good. Well, okay. You have strength and you have toughness. Okay. PETG is definitely weaker than PLA as far as strength, but it does have better toughness than PLA. So PLA will crack and shatter. Hey, Timothy. While PETG will distend and deform before failing. So it's a softer plastic. So it has a little more give. So it's weaker, but it's tougher. We don't know. Although CNC Kitchen just did a strength testing series on the resins, and it's impressive. They're actually right in between PLA and PETG. So check out his video, Stefan from CNC Kitchen. Check out his channel because it's a great channel, by the way. And watch his video where he does the strength test with resin prints.
No, don't mess with the rocket. Don't.
My big curiosity is, will the dimensional accuracy be there for me to insert the resin print into the rocket? That's what I'm curious about. Let's get the curing station here.
You tried to go after your rocket with his mouth, right?
Yeah, I know.
You got liquid in that?
Yes.
That's almost for the cat.
This is alcohol.
You're gonna like the cereal first.
See you later, Rich.
Has Mike been on? Conquer?
Huh?
Has Mike been on?
Mike? Oh, from Albuquerque? I don't know. Oh, I forgot a piece.
What page you missing?
This. You too, Rich. You have a great day. Get rid of the N, the second N, and I think you have the spelling right. Back so you guys can see both machines. There we go. There we go. Give you guys a better view. Five minutes and it'll be done. Yeah, I did find some good yums this week. Well, I processed most of our potatoes. I cubed them, boiled them, and then stopped, vac bagged them, froze them. I also sliced them up, fried them on the griddle, bagged them up, vac sealed, frozen, because the potatoes were starting to grow ears. And well, where do you think it gets the energy to grow those ears? By eating the potato. So I had to process them before they go bad.
I hope.
I know you did. And but I also got some decent deals. What did I get? Oh, I found cans of red beets, diced red beets for 25 cents a can. They had 6 of them, so I grabbed them all. I also got some funfetti pancake mix for $1.50, so I grabbed a box of that. I got some salsa for 99 cents a jar, which is very cheap.
How much was the cinnamon roll?
Oh, I got a weird box of cereal at the Dollar Tree for $1, so I grabbed that.
Pillsbury.
And we'll try it, see if we like it, get more if it's good.
It's good.
You like it?
Yeah.
All right.
It's better than the last 2 we got.
Yes, I got the Alien 3D box. It's still in the car. Sent a message on Facebook. Oh my God, is that a mouse on the food? Wow. That's a mouse on the pizza. Yeah, all that food's got to be tossed. They got to clear out that entire cabinet. Wow. That's crazy.
Unless they did that on purpose to lure the mouse out.
I hope so. I intend to go to Murph. I did reserve a table, and I also reserved a hotel room. What I need is to share the room with somebody because I can't afford the room by myself. I'm hoping that Luke will go to Murph again, but I don't know if he's going or not. Hey, baby. Yeah. Oh, it's not really harming the food. Just don't eat the one it was crawling on. It's just a mouse. You can eat the damn mouse. So I do plan to go to Murph. This is almost done. Send your cat. Send your cats. The odor of the monoprice resin is a little strong. Not crazy so, but it's definitely there. Now here's the one thing I like about the Anycubic is that you can remount this sideways and let it do its little drip thing, which is really convenient. Hey, Michelle. Wait, you done that. Thank you.
Chris, he's doing something to that bag over there.
Okay.
Your cat. He's digging into the trash.
You can see where it ripped the fin at the bottom there because the cure time wasn't high enough. Okay. Here's where this becomes magical. Oh, it doesn't fit. It uses a different size threading. Are you kidding me? Piece of paper. I don't know if you can reach it.
And the printer?
No, on the see the blue pack of paper, the HP paper, turn left right there behind the pancakes?
Where I put it on the printer?
Yeah, just need a piece of paper.
That's when I moved.
Thank you. I gotta grind that out bigger. It's too small. It won't fit.
Here.
Well, isn't that annoying? So that means I have to use the basket.
All right, I'm going back in my room.
I like being able to mount the plate to it because then you don't have to touch anything. All right, so there's no risk of getting contamination.
I'm taking Prince Charming with me. Okay?
Okay.
My Prince Charming. He still likes the feather, Chris.
No, it won't.
He still likes the feather.
I've left these vats open and exposed to the average light for days, and it did nothing. go. See, that's the cool thing. You never have to touch anything. Just got to remember that I use this. So I've got to clean off the tool. Paper is very handy for this, by the way. Well, that's the cool thing. I never have to touch anything. It's amazing. I never have to put my fingers on any resin. I have one handy if I need it. Where'd it go? Where'd the glove go? I just had one. Freaking cat make off with it? There it is. If I need one, I got one. And it came with some. But if I don't have to touch anything, oh, I will. When I'm done using a piece of paper, I just stick it out in the sun, let it cure, and then throw it in the garbage. Where are my little nippers? I know they're in here. I tossed them in here a minute ago. Of course, they're on the bottom. Remember, you don't want to stick your hands in the alcohol because the alcohol dissolves the resin, keeps it in a liquid state, and it will actually facilitate the absorption of the chemicals into your skin. I have a UV flashlight that will make it smoke. Ow! He's curious about the noise. That's why you want the covers on. Hopefully, I have a Mars Pro coming. I'm hoping. Boy, I hope he catches another one. I hope he learns to like doing it. This just makes everything so neat, so clean, no mess. I don't get any resin anywhere anymore. It's amazing. Almost done. Rinsing used to take 30 minutes. Now it takes 4 minutes and I never have to get messy. Just drop it. It's probably safe to touch now, but just be safe. Wait until it's cured. It's not quite out yet. I don't think it's available yet. And they haven't given me a date or a price yet. I'm hoping under 300. Okay. Nice thing is, this all seals up. So now this is perfectly safe. I don't have to worry about getting it all over myself. Then you stick this on. Okay. I'm going to run 2-minute cycles. Because I'm going to flip it. Oh man, Phrozen Transform, any of those large printers, oh, that'd be amazing. But they're so expensive still. I'm gonna have to make that slot a little bigger. See you later, Edgedeck. No, I'm talking about this machine. The next competitor to this is $900. If you want a wash cure station right now, it's $900. So if they can get this below $300, they'd have a hit. They probably had to use 2 screens in order to be large enough. That'd be my guess. But I wonder how they handled the border in between the 2 screens. No, this is the Anycubic wash and cure station. It's got multicolor, multi-frequency UV LEDs and a rotating table. This works amazingly well. It's already dry, but I'm going to do it a second time just in case. I think that's the it's either the Prusa one or it's the Formlabs one. The Prusa, $700 for the Prusa. Is that for their wash and cure station or just the wash station? Yes, I've told them that they need to add LED ring to the bottom. Put a 10-watt LED ring in the bottom. So hopefully they'll do that. Hey, I'm about to get a government job. Hey, if any of you guys are in the U.S. and you need some work, well, that's just it. I don't have to touch anything. That's what's amazing about this. I never have to risk my fingers touching any resin, which is amazing. Resin is messy. Let me tell you, my station for resin, I actually have a dough tray from Papa John's that I use to put my printers in because I get the resin everywhere. It's messy as hell. Since I got this, zero mess. Yes, magnetic stir, which I actually think is better than the ultrasonic. Well, at least for external parts. If you have internal hollow parts, then you want the ultrasonic. But for regular parts, that thing is aggressive. It actually creates a whirlpool inside the alcohol vat. As you saw, 1 6-minute run cleaned the part. 4-minute run. I'm sorry, 4-minute run. You could choose 2, 4, or 6 minutes. There you go. Part is done, cured, dry, no stickiness, nothing. That's impressive. Way heavier than the FDM print, though, because this is solid. So, here's the real question. Does it fit? Yes. That's cool. Oh, that is very cool. That's excellent. It's a perfect fit. Slightly longer burn time to take care of the rip. You see it ripped right there? Because the resin was too soft, and so when it pulled off the FEP, it tore it a little bit. Also, it curved a little tiny bit there. So that might mean my bottom layers need a little more burn time. Well, that's where this comes in handy. Wham Bam enclosure. That Wham Bam enclosure is big enough to hold 4 printers. 4 of these machines will fit inside of that. Okay? And it has no bottom. That's important because I can set my printers up on a lazy Susan kind of deal, you know, get my prints going, and I can take that enclosure and put it on top of the resin printers. Now it has a duct in the back. I'm going to put a hole in the wall just like I'm going to do for my pellet stove and have a little orifice on the wall that I can plug a hose into. And I'm going to put a little 5-volt USB fan inside that hose because you don't need a lot of air. All you need to do is to barely create a negative pressure environment so that the air from the house will go into the enclosure and outside. Just barely, just a tiny bit, you know, a quarter of a PSI would be plenty. And then you would never have to worry about fumes. You'd never have to worry about toxins. It would all go outside. Yeah, the cats love this thing. Yeah, they sleep on it. They'll cuddle up together. Well, the instructions said to use paper. I used paper, and the part printed fine. It stuck to the FEP, stuck to the aluminum plate just fine. So I would say the instructions are correct. And this was at 0.2 millimeter layer height. That's awesome. I gotta slice it again. Now that we know it works. Well, I can't fit 20 on here. It's too big for that. But I can absolutely fit a lot of them. So now, let's hollow it. Let's see. Hollow. Let's do a 1 millimeter thickness. Let's do 0.75. Let's do 1. Yeah, that looks strong enough. And that's still pretty solid. Yeah, I think that's solid enough. Now, where can I put my drain hole? because I need a way to drain it. So I guess I can stick a hole straight through there. Let's make it a 2mm hole, 8mm deep, and right there, straight through both sides. Well, it's only going through one side, but I guess that'll be okay. And that will let air in. I guess I could dig a second hole here. That won't affect the fin too much. Okay. I like that. Now let's do a Control CV. So I want to see if I could do 2 full sets at the same time. Looks like I can. Can I select all? Select all. Let's move it into the center. Oop, nope, can't do that. And there. That all looks good. So I could do 8 fins at the same time. And they all have their drain holes? Yes. All right, settings. Let's keep it at 0.2. Let's do a 5 bottom layer. And let's do 55 for the bottom layer. And let's do 3 seconds per layer. That should give me what I need. I definitely want to turn anti-aliasing higher on this one. Get my nice smooth curves better. What the hell is that? It's adding some artifacts to the print that aren't there. Oh, I bet you that has something to do with the anti-aliasing. Because the parts are so close together. No, I still have... It's adding an artifact to my prints that aren't there. What the hell? Three layers. All the parts are being connected for some reason. That's a Cheetu box problem. All right. Let me spread them out a little more. I don't know why it's doing that. That's a Cheetu box issue. No, it's still doing that. Look at this. This is weird. See how it's adding this crap that isn't there? See, that stuff's not there. That doesn't exist. That's an artifact Chitu Box is adding. See? I wonder if it could be a spacing issue. We get rid of every other one. No, it's still adding it. See? So that's a defect in the model. I'm doing 0.2. Okay. So that is an STL failure. There's something in the STL file that it's not processing correctly. So let me export this hollowed out STL. Let's see. Resin crush fin. Resin crush fin. Okay. Now I should be able to import that into. Oh, why'd you do that? That's weird. Change the layer height. Let's try change layer height. 0.18. If I hit 9 one more time, still there. Let's try cleaning up the file. We need to go to Netfab. It's definitely a slicer glitch. It's not a printer problem. It's a slicer problem. I'm going to run it through Netfab and clean it up. The weird thing is, it didn't do it with one. Processing. Yeah, something weird. A glitch in the model that's not handling. Actually, that model's hollowed, so it probably created the glitch when it hollowed the model. That was printed solid. Problem is, it's very heavy, and it's heavy at the worst place on the rocket, at the back. Here we go. Save. Let's get rid of all these files. We shall import the new one. It's going to be under R. Oh, it was all 4. That's why it was such a big file. Okay. Now let's see if it slices better. whatever was added, it's gone now. So Netfab fixed it. Looks good. Now I should be able to double this whole thing and simply put them in between to get back to my 8. Select all, properly center it, slice. Looks good, no artifacts. So yeah, the actual hollowing process created that artifact. Okay. Save. Oh, I need the SD card or the memory card. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta go back to 0.2 layer height. Okay, 5 bottom, 55 seconds, 3 seconds. That all looks good. We're going to save it to removable disk. So, hollow crush fin. Times 8. That's going to be a big file. It's going to be a very big file. Nice. Okay. Oh, it's only 20 megabytes. Okay. Because it's 0.2 layers. So there's not as many layers, only like 240 layers. Okay. Let's print the big one. Go! Go, go, go! Do it, do it, do it! How long does that say it's going to take? I increased the burn time, so it's going to take a little bit longer. 49 minutes, so an extra 90 seconds. I can handle that. No, you can print. I already did a print where I printed 21 different prints all at the same time. Just because I figured I'm going to fill the print bed and just see what happens. It worked great. So you, as long as it fits within the build volume, you can put as much as you want on there. Exactly. So when you have to mass produce a lot of high scale parts, it's very nice on a resin printer. That's right, baby. Burn it. Burn it. Give me my prints. So I'll show you guys what it's doing. So it's printing 8 fins all at the same time, except this time they're hollow, so they won't use as much resin. Okay. So now there's a big space in the middle. I have a hole at the bottom, right there. You can see the hole at the bottom. And then I also put a little tiny hole at the top. And here it is running on the printer. Correct. Only an MSLA printer has that advantage. If you go to a laser, you're at the same limitation as FDM. You have to draw each layer. So MSLA printers specifically have this advantage, which is a pretty nice advantage. Might as well get this prepped for washing again. So switch it back to wash. take your plate off, put it aside, and prepare the vat. See, that's just so nice. I never have to touch anything messy. That's that alone is worth the price. Never having to get my hands messy. I mean, literally the only mess I create whatsoever is the little tiny bit of mess on my tool when I pop the parts off into the vat. I love it. I absolutely love it. And that is the most dimensionally accurate part I've ever printed on a resin printer. I mean, it just, first try, it fit right in there. That's nice. And it really does just snick right in there too. No resistance. It just goes right in and locks in place. That's cool. Very nice. The details these things can achieve really are amazing. I'm using a 3-second layer time only because I am printing at 0.2 millimeter layer height. If I were doing a high detail model at 0.05 layer height, I could probably do a 1-second layer. That's because it's using a monochrome screen. So the screen will last longer and permits more UV light to penetrate. What does Que Paso Nino mean? Yes, I ran the file through NetFab and it got rid of the artifact. Basically, the hollowing process in Chi2Box had a little trouble with this file, probably because it's so thin. And it generated the artifact. Chi2Box generated the artifact. I ran it through NetFab, gone. Well, the problem is that I guess it just took this amount of time for them to either develop their own monochrome screen or find one that was compatible. Because remember, these printers, the reason they're so cheap is because they're using off-the-shelf parts. Now, there's no way in hell the LCD screen could be 160 euros for this, because how could they sell the printer for 200 euros? Unless they're massively overcharging for the LCD screen. So hopefully, I'm hoping the LCD screen for this is 50 or less. The Mech G model? Dave, did you print Mech G's Mars Lander model? It's a beautiful model. Yeah, this. I'm sold. I would not have bought this. If I had to buy this, I wouldn't have bought it. I thought it was a gimmick. So I'm kind of glad they sent me one because it sold me on it. I wouldn't hesitate to buy one now. It just and it's fast. I mean, my normal curing process, dipping in alcohol and crap like that, you're talking a 30-minute process. And then you're talking at least an hour inside my UV box with the turntable going. This, maximum 6-minute wash, 6-minute cure, you're done. Means what's up, boy? I'm hoping I can eventually learn Spanish because there's a lot of Spanish-speaking people here in New Mexico. We're 4 hours from Mexico. So I'm kind of hoping I can learn it. My brain is not wired for learning languages, so it's very difficult for me, but I'm hoping if I live in an environment where I can practice it once I start learning it, I'm hoping it'll make it stick better. Yeah, it has to be transparent. E-ink wouldn't work. Well, Spanish is Spanish. There is differences, of course, but the core language is still the same. I live in New Mexico. Not Mexico, New Mexico. I live in a state in the United States called New Mexico. But the country Mexico is only 4 hours away. So obviously there's a lot of Mexican-speaking people here. What does that mean? Is that dos cervezas or dos cervezas? Oh, dos is two. Uno, dos, tres. Yes, okay, so two. And then cervezas is beer. Okay. I know where Spain is. The language is still the same. There are differences. There's dialect differences, of course. But if you went to Mexico, you'd be able to communicate. And if a Mexican went to Spain, they'd be able to communicate. It's kind of like the differences between U.S. English and U.K. English. Are there any current printers that use DLP? I know a lot of homebrew printers use DLP. It allows you to make it much larger. What's Caro mean? I know you, Caro Taco Bell. Actually, British English is the modification. If you compare modern English with colonial British English, American English has stayed truer to the original UK English than the UK has. It's really weird. So the UK has, their language has actually deviated more over the last 200 years than American has. Although I still think British people sound cooler. There's just something about the British accent that just sounds cool, especially when you're insulting somebody. They just have a really elegant way of telling you to go kiss their ass. And the bot is back. Bye, bot. Pretty good so far. I made the first print. Success. Layer time was a little too low, so it tore the resin a little bit. But this one should be better. And I'm printing 8 of them at the same time. That's what they do. They generate random names. We've had Avery, Nova, and Emily. Well, to you, you don't have an accent because that's just the way you guys talk. Just like I don't have an accent. But if I were to talk to you, you would think I have an accent. And when you talk to me, I think you have an accent. Because accent is based on what is normalized for you. Yes, listen to it. There's a layer. The layer's done. Now let's get ready to do the next layer. And that's at 0.2 millimeter. A 0.2 millimeter layer in 3 seconds. Yeah, that's freaking fast, man. It's about half the speed. This is or half the time. This is going to take 49 minutes. It would take 2 hours on the other printers. I doubt I have a New Mexico accent. I haven't been here long enough to even know what a New Mexico accent is. 0.2. Not 0.02. 0.2. Like normal FDM layers. Because this part simply does not need that much resolution. So I can take advantage of the printer's speed. Oh yeah, accents can change definitely from town to town. Yeah, because most of the time you don't need more. Now, when you do, it's available to you. Like I can print 0.05 on my Ender 3 too, and it looks fantastic. It just takes 4 times longer. That is not this cure station. That's a different thing that they were working on. Because I've seen that on AliExpress. And if you look at the pictures, I can't show that, Daniel. That's a little too non-PG. The one on AliExpress is different. It's not the same thing. I have a very fat ass. Yes, I do. When you're 440 pounds, yeah, you have a fat ass. I've seen, I for some reason, I remember $260 floating around. Do not quote me on that. I do not know. Yes, we are. We're not actually dieting. We're just, I don't know what we're doing, but we're losing weight. Just portion size and lower stress levels. I don't know, but it's working. And it should accelerate when spring comes and I can get my butt on my bike. I can't wait to get on that bike. I love riding that bike. Yeah, just basically cutting back and not stressing so much. So I figure, when I get down below 300, I might not have a fat ass anymore. They got a little emoji with the mask. Hello, Nick from Denmark. They didn't give me a time frame for release yet, although they wanted me to agree to give them a feedback report pretty quickly, so I'm guessing they want to release it pretty fast, and they have not given me a price yet. I have suggested, if possible, keep it below 300. If they can keep this below 300, I think it's going to really sell. Although I'm surprised how bad the video did. My video only got like 800 views, which is less than half what my videos normally get. It's weird. I'm not sure why. Maybe because I released 2 videos in 1 week? I don't know. I kept getting people asking me about an update on the Hexbox thing with Elderwood, so I released a video on that too. See you later, Ruby Raptor. I agree. For technically anything under 500 is a great deal because the next competitor is 700. But if they can do this for under 300, I think it's going to sell very well. Just, I have no resin on me. I have no resin on me. That's amazing. I have no resin on my table. I have no resin on my machines. That's, normally this is a very messy process. Oh my God, under 200 would be amazing. I would buy a second one for under 200. Yeah, I would absolutely buy a second one if they could sell it that cheap. Oh, please, Anycubic, if you can get under 200 bucks, please do it. Yes. Stains on my shirt? Oh, toothpaste. I brush my teeth, and I tend to dribble when I brush my teeth. And usually I take my shirt off when I brush my teeth, but I didn't this morning. And yeah, so yeah, that's all toothpaste. I'm a messy brusher. I get in there. Nice. Yeah, if they could at 180, oh yeah, buy this. It's worth every penny. pretty messy. This is nice. It's so clean. A couple suggestions I have for them. I would like a way to mount that basket up higher to let it drip dry. I would also like to see this vat be shaped for the build volume of the photon, rotated flat, to reduce how much alcohol you need to put in here. Because it's $10 a gallon for this stuff. It's pretty expensive. I would also like to see them include two of the vats, because you really should have a second vat for a last dip rinse. Right now, this is cleaning great, but as that alcohol becomes contaminated, you're going to want that secondary rinse so that you don't have to throw away the alcohol too early. See you later, Jerry. Well, seeing as how the next competitor is $700 from Prusa, their cleaning station is $699. So why is theirs so expensive? Is it because they're pricing it relative to Formlabs, or what? Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely ask him, because I would, if this thing's 180, oh, it's a number one item on my suggestion list. I want a second one. Yeah, I definitely want a second one. Well, Prusa kind of is the Apple of printers without the evil. So what I consider Prusa printers are fine. They're great printers. They're actually truly great printers, but they're not the cat's meow most amazing thing in the world. You know? But also, make sure they read my feedback report. They really need to put LEDs in the base. A 10-watt ring of LEDs in a circle shining up through the acrylic. They'll have to test whether or not the UV passes through the acrylic or not. I don't know. But they really need those. Well, keep in mind, no matter how nice a machine is, it's always going to have trouble. So I don't hold that against Prusa. And he seems like a nice guy. I've talked to him. He seems fine. I mean, he doesn't have that, not too much of that snooty, you're beneath me kind of mentality going about him. He seems okay. But it really needs an LED array on the bottom looking up. And then you won't have to run 2 cycles. You won't have to flip it and run the second cycle. Well, there's no such thing as ridiculous prices. If people are willing to pay $1,000 for a curing station, and you can sell it for $700, you're literally leaving money on the table by selling it for less. So I don't blame him for that. I mean, you're saving $300. Isn't the Formlabs one $1,000? Well, he's a for-profit business. If I could sell these for $100 a piece, I would. Because this isn't like toy money for me. This is how I pay my electric bill. This is how I pay my gas bill. This is how I pay the insurance on my car. This is how I, buy the stuff I drink and the food I eat. This is how I make my living. So if I can make more money, if people are willing to pay more, it would be silly of me not to charge more. So it's based on what the market is willing to bear. Now, remember, as a business owner, I want to charge as much as possible. As a consumer, me as well, I want to pay as little as possible. So the trick is to find that balance in between where you're paying more than you want to, I'm charging less than I want to, but we find that happy balance in the middle where I get to make a profit and you get an acceptable purchase price. At the time, a curing washing station was $1,000 or more. So Prusa selling one for $700 is a bargain. On top of that, he lives in a much higher cost of living economy structure than Anycubic does. Prusa could never make a curing washing station as cheap as Anycubic can. They can't do it. It's not possible. They live in two different economic environments that are not compatible. Awesome. Yeah, it's usually late at night when I hear from them. That doesn't make any sense, though, because then you have to continue charging it forever. Because if you only ever get what you need, well, then you always need that much forever. You can never put away a savings. You can never retire. You know? I mean, capitalism is not a bad thing. Out of control crony capitalism is a bad thing, okay? But normal, regulated, reasonable capitalism is not a bad thing. Ah, okay. So bundle discount. No, I don't agree with that. Okay. Ultimately, what you want is a free market. The problem is free markets are naturally unstable. They cannot exist in nature on their own. So contrary to what libertarians will tell you, you have to regulate a free market. You can't do it without regulation. Oh, you mean Social Security that they just spent? The money I pay for Social Security that they just spent to try to impeach Trump? They literally spent our Social Security money to pay for that. Don't worry about whether it should have happened or not. The point is the funds they use to pay for it. It's like, I'm not going to collect Social Security. I'm paying 2% of everything I make to Social Security, and I'm never going to collect. I'll get $1,100 when I turn 70. I'm not going to live to 70. The chances of me living to 70 are like... Exactly. Remember, the United States is a constitutional republic. That means we're supposed to have a little bit of tyranny, a little bit of democracy, a little bit of socialism, and a little bit of communism. We're supposed to have a little bit of all of those things. Okay? When you say socialism, you're talking about an ism, pure socialism. Okay, the whole thing. I don't know if there is a pure socialist country anywhere on this planet, just like there is no pure democracy anywhere on this planet. And a little bit of love, and a little bit of cannibalism. See, that's where the founding fathers screw up. They should have injected a little bit of cannibalism in there. We would have been okay. That's a good song. I like that song. So a free market requires regulation. The problem is when a user disrupts the free market, it's the job of government to step in and remove that abuse and restore the free market. Here's the hard part. At that point, the government should then step back and stop regulating and allow the free market to operate, and only step in long enough to correct aberrations. Ours doesn't do that. We just keep regulating. I will collect my first Social Security check when I turn 70, which means I won't collect a Social Security check. So far, good. The very first print stuck. The very first print succeeded, and it was actually a difficult print, a very thin attachment to the bed. And I had a little bit of tearing because the burn time was too low. I was using a 2-second burn time, but I'm printing at 0.2 millimeter layer height. So I needed to increase the burn time because of how thick my layers are. But see, no, that won't work. You see, socialism can never work. Socialism is a guaranteed dystopian future failure. It can't work. Because socialism, now keep in mind, socialism is probably the ideal form of government for human beings that still require money. Okay? But it can't work ever. Because socialism has a kryptonite that makes it automatically fail every time. And that's called greed. Socialism cannot function in an environment where people are greedy. It will always devolve to failure. Unless you can figure out a way to remove greed from human beings, socialism can't work. It's the same reason communism can't work. It's the same reason, democracy fails for a slightly different reason, but it's ultimately greed. Trust me, you don't want democracy. Democracy is bad. Democracy is tyranny of the majority. That's the problem we're having today. Exactly. Socialism cannot work with current modern human beings. It just can't. Socialist aspects, you could do socialist things, but pure socialism can't work. It would be misery. Well, I want universal health care, and I do not want to see a 1 penny increase in my taxes for it, because we're already paying more per capita for healthcare than any country on this planet except Finland. Meaning, we're already paying for it. Amazon has Sonic Minis? Hang on. Holy crap, they do. I just added it to my printer list. So if you go to there and click on 3D printers, it's the first one on the list. It's not prime shipping, but it is free. Although it says I would get it by Saturday. So that is prime shipped. Holy shit. Hell yeah. Let me add a link to the description too. It's too bad there's only 4 left. Hey, G-Force Racing. I should be able to add that right here. Yes. There we go. So you can go to that link there and click on 3D printers, or refresh the description, and I got a direct link to the description. Now, the only reason we can't have healthcare is because the medical industry is so greedy. It's pure greed. When you see what they... when you have a health insurance company that will pay for your airline ticket to fly you to Southern California and then pay for a private car to drive you across the border to Mexico, to Tijuana, where your prescription is waiting for you, pay for your prescription there, and also give you a $500 cash bonus for going through that process, because it's actually cheaper than paying for the medicine here in the US. There's something fucking wrong with the system. I want you to listen to that again. The company has 2 choices. What did I do with my Sharpie? My Sharpie's gone. Where's my Sharpie? You can pay meds US. That's option 1. Okay? Option 2 is fly to SoCal. The insurance pays for it. Private car to Mexico. The insurance pays for it. Meds in Mexico. The insurance pays for it. And $500 cash in your pocket. The insurance pays for it. So option 1, pay for the meds in the US. Option 2, insurance flies you to Southern California. Insurance pays for a private car to drive you to Tijuana. Insurance pays for your medicine in Tijuana. And insurance gives you $500 in your pocket for the hassle as option 2. The fact that option 2 is cheaper than option 1 is fucked beyond description. There's just, what the hell? I mean, I'm from the future too, and I've learned that mean people and politicians taste good. Think about that. Yeah, vote yum yum. Make sure you vote for the yum yum party. It's going to happen. We're going to convince Congress to legalize political cannibalism. It's going to happen. Correct. All freedom-based forms of government devolve because of greed, and they always end up as a dystopian tyranny. It's just the way human beings work. Benjamin Franklin said, "We have given you a republic for so long as you can keep it." Government requires the people to maintain it. You think your European country is working fine, where you're the serf and the government is in charge and you have to bow down to the authority of your government? Come back in 200 years. We'll see how your country's doing. You think it's working because it's working now. Okay? But wait until your kids or their kids have to deal with the consequences of the greed infiltrating your government. Yeah, it'll fail too. It's the nature of human beings. I don't know how to get around it. Except political cannibalism. Yeah, I think that would work. We would solve our politics problems, we would solve our liberty and freedom problems, and we would solve world hunger all at the same time. It's a freaking win-win. All we got to do is convince ourselves that politicians are a different species, and then it's not cannibalism anymore. We're just eating food. It's a reverse purge. We eat them. It would work. It would. You think it's crazy, but you really wouldn't have to eat that many. You eat 4 or 5 of them, and the rest are going to step in line real quick. I mean, think about it. If your choice is obey the Constitution or your fucking dinner tonight, what are you going to do? Could you imagine town hall meetings and debates where you knew how well you were doing based on how many people pulled out their silverware? Sir, 61% of the audience has their forks out. You might want to change your position. Oh, it'd be hilarious. Oh, my God. Yeah, you guys got all the wind in the sun. You're a prime example of go green. Now, that's my kind of green. Soylent green. But I don't want processed people. I want my food raw and fresh, man. Hey, they're working. And no tearing. Yeah. Looks like I'll have 8 good fins. It's already 72% done. It's incredible how, yeah, only fresh, baby. You know, if you bring me roadkill, I don't want it. I want it still wiggling. I want it to scream when I poke it. Put it on a spit, add some barbecue sauce. Yeah. Hey, Ingo. Oh, oh my God, I can see it. The guy's campaign manager is standing in the back behind the curtain. The ding goes off and says, okay, this debate is finished. And the campaign manager goes, sir, run! Run! And the crowd storms the stage with their knives. Oh my God, that would be... It's so sad how hilarious that sounds. They're coming for you, sir. They're hungry. Run. Oh my God. Well, remember, don't eat the brains because they're mushy, and don't eat the heart because it's black. But everything else tastes great. Remember, politicians tend to be pampered, so it's like veal. Oh my God. There's probably a couple of them that we don't know of. Oh my God, that'd be hilarious. Not if I eat them first. I wonder what the weight difference is between these. It's a big enough difference that I can feel it. Well, that's an interesting question. If you find a tribe like that, they're human beings. I mean, they're legit human beings. I mean, should we introduce them to modern life and give them the choice? Or should we have a prime directive kind of mentality where we don't interfere? I mean, you can't say it's a different species. I mean, they're human beings. They're our people. Should we interfere, or should we present them the option, or should we leave them alone? It's an interesting moral debate, that's for sure. Because on the one hand, you could say it's morally proper to leave them alone. But on the other hand, you could say it's morally improper not to give them the advantage of all of our advancements. So that's interesting. Only one left now, hopefully using my link. Because $229, I'll probably make like $10 off each one. Yeah. We probably could live to 120 if we actually did things right. Too much greed. You know what makes me really sad, though? I mean, really sad, is that we could do so much. We have so much technological capabilities and manpower available to us, and we squander it for greed. I'm not even talking about capitalism. I'm talking about just pure raw greed. You know, patents, withholding stuff, things like that, and just what are you gonna do? True, yeah. Or we'll go extinct, and they'll come out of the woods and go, "What happened to all these people?" Our world now. They might outlive us. It's not about the last dollar, though. That's not it. It's not about money. People think it's about money. Okay, let me give you an example about how not like money. It's not about money. $1 trillion. Okay? I want you to try to imagine $1 trillion. I'm a pretty smart critter. I got a pretty high IQ, even though I think that's bullshit. It doesn't mean anything. I can't comprehend $1 trillion, and neither can you. If you think you can comprehend $1 trillion, you're kidding yourself. You can't. Your brain can't process $1 trillion. Let me give you an example of just how big $1 trillion is. Let's imagine it is 2020 years ago in the past. We are at January 1st, 0 AD. You are an immortal vampire, and you start your own business. You discover that people love buying poop in a bag. So you start a company selling poop in a bag. You make $1 million your first day in business. $1 million in one day. $1 million. I could live the rest of my life in comfort on $1 million. I would never have to work another day for the rest of my life with $1 million. I'd buy a new house, a bigger one. That would only be like $80,000. Everything would be perfect. Okay? Healthcare, no big deal. Just pay for it. Okay? $1 million. Your business is a raging success. You make $1 million every single day. You're making $365 million a day or a year. So $365 million a year. If you already know the answer to this, like you absolutely know the answer, don't say it. For everybody else, you make $1 million a day. You're an immortal vampire. You make $365 million a year. You start your business 2020 years ago on January 1st, 0 AD. Tell me how many years it takes you to make $1 trillion. Well, you're an immortal vampire dog whisperer. How many years at $1 million a day, at $365 million a year, nonstop? How many years to make $1 trillion? It is now 2020 years later, and you've been making $365 million a year for the last 2020 years. You still have not made $1 trillion. Not yet. You need another 700 years. Yeah. $1 million a day. $365 million a year. It will take you approximately 2,700 years to make $1 trillion. And our national debt is measured in multiple trillions of dollars. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that for a moment. Okay? It's meaningless. It means nothing. It literally has no valid meaning. Unless you work on atomic mole scale or astronomical units, a trillion has no valid meaning. It is such a large number, you might as well call it infinite. Okay? It's a meaninglessly large number. Okay? So it's not about money. These people have more money than they can ever know what to do with. They can do hookers and blow every 20 minutes for the rest of their life and never put a scratch in the amount of money they have. It's about power. That's what it's about. You don't become president to become rich. You become president for the power, for the prestige. Okay? I'd become president to become rich. These people become president for the power and the esteem, the prestige of holding that power. And I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how you fix that kind of a problem. The world economy is meaningless. The world economy doesn't mean anything to these people. They have so much money that the money of the world economy doesn't mean anything. I mean, that's like you having a million cars. Having the cars has no value anymore. It doesn't mean anything anymore. You have so many cars, you don't even know how many without referencing a spreadsheet, and you've never seen them all, and you never will see all of your cars before you die, because you literally can't live enough hours in the remainder of your life to even spend 10 seconds looking at each car. Okay? There's not enough years left in your life. So you will actually never see all the cars you own. That's the kind of money these people have. They have so much money that the value becomes meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. The difference between, $1 billion and $2 billion is zero. It's a meaningless difference. You can't spend $1 billion in your lifetime without doing stupid things. I mean, like truly stupid things, like I'll bet $1 billion on black, stupid things like that. Okay, staying within reason. That's from No Agenda. I love listening to. I haven't listened to them in a year. I got to tune into them again, but I love listening to them. The I don't even remember their names. Adam and what's the other guy's name? Adam from MTV and the other guy. But yeah, they're hilarious. Ooh, I got straggler. Hopefully it didn't cause a problem. They look clean and they look hollow. But I do have a straggler here that should not be here. That should not be there. But they look clean. They look very clean. They're not draining properly, though. There's still resin inside there. I think I need to have a larger drain hole. I'll show you guys once I get this drained. It's about control. It's about power. And the money is just a means to that end. I'm going to show you why you don't need gloves. Because I'm never going to touch anything. I think I need to increase my first layer burn time. That was actually barely hanging on. That's a lot of pull force, though. Look at that. No mess. Don't have to touch anything. I love this thing. Let's do a 6-minute run. Just because there's a lot of them in there. Why not? Isn't that great? No mess. I really would like to see them make these things square so that this can go on in any orientation. You could do different colors. This blocks UV as well. So does this. So does the orange one. So does the green one. I believe the link you found is for the old style one that I don't think they ever actually made, or they didn't make very many of them. This one's supposed to be cheaper. It's not available yet. It's not available anywhere. I found ones that claim to be this, but then when you look at the pictures, it's something else. It's something different. Look how aggressive. It's like a little tornado in there, how aggressive this washing is. It actually forms a funnel in there. Is my phone cloudy? Oh, it's a plastic. Okay. Look how aggressive that wash is. And then it'll stop and spin the other way in reverse direction. There's a bearing in the bottom of the jug there, but it does not penetrate through the container. The container is sealed, and there's two magnets. There's a magnet on the end of each wing, and then there's two magnets inside here on the motor. So the two magnets lock phase, and it spins it. It's a magnetic stirrer. So you can see there's nothing below it. When it's done, I'll show you. This thing is impressing me. I mean, it did that in 54 minutes. It did all 8 of those. It did 8 of these in 54 minutes. That's impressive. Yeah, well, that's why this is a good idea. So, Phrozen, if you're watching this, do this. See how AnyCubic has their logo here? Put your logo here. This way we always know which end's front. So, AnyCubic, I never get it backwards because all I do is look for that logo and put it on the front. Do the same thing. Be proud of your name. Put the Phrozen logo right there. And then we know which way to put it. I want them to sell these containers too, because I need more of these containers. Here, it just stopped in reverse direction. The only thing I don't like is that the parts don't appear to be moving. Hey, thank you, Steven. Thank you very much. Yeah, ultrasonic cleaners are surprisingly noisy. I have one. I have a little ultrasonic bath over there. But I would like maybe I'll design it myself. It would be nice. Thank you, Steven. It would be nice if there was a way to grab that basket while this was going. Give it a jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. I love getting gadgets, stickers, and trinkets and stuff. Thank you. Oh, the little emojis. Oh, let me check. See, we love PayPal because I get to keep all of it. Yes. We have, oh, we have 2 PayPals. Holy shit. Kelvin Yoda, $50 on PayPal. You rock, dude. Holy crap. And then Stephen Cohen, $20. Hell yes, man. Thank you. See, when you use YouTube, $20 equals $14. When you use PayPal, $20 equals $19.50. Wow, that's amazing, guys. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Well, I'm thinking I'll just attach a little string to the basket and have a little hole here with a knob, and then I can just grab it and go. See, basically, I want to do this. I just want to jiggle it around. It would also be nice. Yeah, I got the Cash App. Cash App is wonderful. They don't charge any fees if you use it correctly. Also, Google Pay does not charge anything either. No fees. Because it'd just be nice to be able to jiggle them around a little bit and make them dance. And just to make sure, you know, all the alcohol is getting in between the parts. Oh yeah, the alcohol definitely got inside the parts. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. $600,000 would be enough for me. I ran the numbers. If I had just alcohol, you know, this stuff does have a little bit of an odor. When you open the lid, you smell it. That's the monoprice resin. It's a little stinkier. Elegant resin is not quite as stinky. It's not bad though. But I ran the numbers, and $600,000 would be enough to take care of me for the rest of my life, for me and my sister. I'm thinking, I don't know how to do it, but I'm thinking we need a way of distorting the flow. See, right now the flow is continuous. So it's just, and once it hits homeostasis, it just stays wherever it is. That's part of why they reverse. So it might be interesting for them to increase the aggression of the reversing. So, you know, go switch back and forth aggressively, you know, to shake up the water and bounce the parts around a little bit. Bucktown Polymers? No, never heard of it. I can buy a really nice house for about $80,000 and have it installed on this property. I'm talking, you know, 2,200 square foot, beautiful house, brand spanking new, for like $70,000 or $80,000. If I don't mind going slightly older, I could probably do one for $50,000 or $60,000. It does. It goes one way, and at the halfway point, it slows down, stops, and it reverses. But I need more agitation. I need agitation like a dishwasher, like a clothes washer, you know, to really get it to go. 25. Do you have a link for that? T-Rucker, that $25 per kilogram in 4-gallon jugs. That's DLP compatible resin, and is that shipped or not including shipping? These look really nice. Because it's $10 a gallon. This is mono price resin. It's a translucent orange resin that I got for $20 a liter. So I bought 4 of them. It was a one-time sale they had. They were clearing out that color, I guess. Okay, now the problem I have now is that these parts have interior volumes because they're hollow. And so I need to get them to all face down so that the drain holes will allow all of that alcohol to come out. So I think I'm going to need to do that manually. Yes, they are. But at $10 a gallon, I don't care how water saving you are. It's expensive. Now, you switch to this to cure the parts. That one is empty. Actually, for doing these fins, I would probably custom design my own little holder to mount them in here. Technically, these should be safe to touch right now, but there is resin dissolved in the alcohol, so I really don't want to touch them yet. Because they're heavy. By doing them hollow, I can use a lot less resin. And I'm not worried about the cost of the resin. I'm worried about the mass going on the ass end of the rocket. And that's exactly where you don't want a lot of mass. And this one here is solid. And it is substantially heavier than the hollow one. Yeah, it didn't do enough. Yeah. The bottom still needed to be turned over, so it just wasn't effective. I think I can't fit all 8 of them on there at the same time. So I'll have to run them in batches, which I'm okay with. It's such a fast process that I am totally okay with that. We switch to cure. We will do a 2-minute cure and go. Well, when you build a rocket, so here's a rocket. Now, a rocket has something called a center of pressure and also a center of gravity. Center of gravity is where the rocket balances. Okay? Center of pressure is most likely on a rocket like this, probably about here. That would be center of pressure. Center of gravity must be in front of center of pressure in order for the rocket to stay pointy and straight. Okay? If the center of gravity goes behind the center of pressure, the rocket becomes unstable. If the center of gravity gets too close to the center of pressure, you can have something called neutral stability, where the rocket will meander and usually become more stable as it flies because you're burning propellant. So center of gravity will slowly shift forward as you burn more propellant. And the problem is if the rocket meanders pointing down and then becomes stable, land shark. You don't want that. Now, these are nice and light. This one is really heavy. That's not a big deal. This rocket has this large enough deviation in CGCP that it's not going to make a difference. I could put 10 fins on the back there and it's still going to be fine. But it will affect landing because the rocket's going to come down on a parachute, and when those fins hit the ground, the heavier they are, the harder it's going to hit the ground, and also it costs more money. The hollow fins will be lighter and use less resin, so you'll be able to make more fins for the same dollar. So just in rocketry, you tend to try to optimize for mass. These are now safe to touch, but I'm going to flip them over anyway to make sure I get the other side all cured. Yes and no. It is considered toxic, so it would be advisable not to get it on your skin, especially intentionally. If you do get it on your skin, cold water in the sink, soap, wash it off. Do not use alcohol to wash it off because, they just, someone just did some testing and showed that the VOCs coming off the resin are not bad. That there doesn't appear to be a health issue with the VOCs unless you heat it. If you heat the resin, then the VOCs can be a problem. But apparently the VOCs are really not an issue. So it's advisable to avoid contact. If you think you're going to have contact, wear gloves. Okay. I'm making a point to show that this curing station just had an issue. It pushed all the fins off of it. Get back on there, you weirdos. This curing station allows me to not come in contact with the resin. No, I have not played around with it, but this printer is also $199. Yes, those are Fruit Loops. They were on clearance for $1 a box, and they're the family size box, so I bought them all. Yeah, for the fins, if I decide to print them out of resin, I'm gonna have to make a mount to actually mount the fins in there so they don't touch each other as they rotate. And it's fast, and it has a long-lasting LCD screen. I think they're all sold out on Amazon right now, but I have a link in the description and also a link in the my Amazon page under 3D printers, but I believe they're all sold out now. Yep, currently unavailable. So they are sold out. I hate when I release a video and they're all sold out. It's like, come on! Me too. That's my thing, is I want bigger. I want to be able to print larger parts in resin just because the quality is just so nice. Imagine printing a full-size escape tower for a Saturn V or a Redstone in resin. Yeah, it's supposed to last 2,000 hours because it's a monochrome screen. The big question is, how much is the replacement screen? I've already done 1.5 second layers. And I could probably go lower. Right now, I'm printing at a very large layer height, so I need more burn time. That does feel a whole lot lighter. I think it's still heavier than the FDM print, but now it's at the point where I can't really tell. And let's make sure it still interfaces correctly. Yes, it does. So now I can print transparent fins for the rockets. Yeah. And see, that's another reason you don't want alcohol pooling up on your prints, because you get that. That happens when you get alcohol pooling on the print while it's curing. So you want the prints to be very clean when you cure them. That makes sense because it's going to be evaporating still. Although this does have one of the cleanest. Ooh. This is one of the cleanest curing processes I've used in a while. Because a lot of times, even after I cure a print, it still feels a little gummy, a little soft. This feels totally dry. So this process works very well. And they fit perfectly. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Nice. Put that over here. So these are all nice and dry. I do have a bit of a elephant's foot on that bottom layer because of the amount of burn time I needed. So what I would like to see is I'd like to see, this is a Cheetu box issue, not a Phrozen issue, but I would like to see variable process settings in resin slicing like I can do. I'm in New Mexico, USA. Exactly. This, no tackiness. It is completely dry. And smooth. You know, you don't feel anything. Although I still see a curve in my layers, which means it is warping a little bit. Probably because the contact patch is so tiny. But variable processes would be nice. So I can do my first 10 layers at 0.05 layer height, which means I won't need as much burn time, which means I won't have as much of an elephant's foot, and then switch to 0.2 millimeter layers and the higher burn time. So this would reduce the elephant's foot. I could also just attach it with support. But you know something? This is a rocket fin for a cheap rocket. So if there's a little bit of elephant's foot on the end, it doesn't matter. Is it correct that the fins go off to this direction? What's that mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Very, very nice. I am very pleased with this. I'm going to dunk this one again to get rid of that white spot. And the white spot didn't go away. Can I do anything about it? Ah, yeah, it's on there. It's like a little coating. I don't want to get the whole thing wet because I don't want to touch the resin. The alcohol dissolves the resin, so you don't want to put your hands in the alcohol because not only are you exposing yourself to uncured resin, but the alcohol increases the rate at which your skin will absorb it. Build plate moves up and down. It's not continuous. Get rid of the alcohol crust. I wonder, can I stand them up? No. they will not balance and stand up. That's too bad. Although, I wonder. I wonder if something like that would work. Shaking out the alcohol that's inside it. That might work. What I actually need is pins and needles. I need a set of needles, like a whole bed of needles, so that there's no. See, the problem is the fins are flat, so they're touching here. Yeah, you can dry them first too. Let them air dry and then cure them. Must it not be locked to the bottom of the rocket? I don't understand. It is unidirectional. The fins have to go on in a certain way. You can't put them on backwards. Okay, so there's a. See how there's a tab here, but there's not a tab in the front. See that? Well, on here, see how there's no channel up here, but there's a channel back here? That's the locking tab. So you're actually distorting the fin a little bit. And when you push it on, it goes into place and locks in place. So to get the fin off, you either need to bend the fin outward to lift that tab out, or you need to remove this ring on the back, which will allow you to slide the fin backwards. See, now it slides forward real easy. When I lock it down, it doesn't slide anymore. Okay? But there's enough play in there that I can lift above the tab and slide it off. So yeah, they do kind of lock in place. And it's so fast. 2 minutes per side. Done. I love it. And I'm pretty impressed with this printer, too. Not a bad job. These actually have a snugger fit on the Rocket. That's cool. I am very pleased with that. Anything will blend if you have a strong enough blender. There is absolutely nothing that I can't figure out how to blend. Because worst case scenario, you feed it to a black hole. The ultimate universal blender. Yeah, so far I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. You can build one for relatively cheap. So you want to get one of those metal 60-watt 405 nanometer UV lights. Okay, they're about 25, 30 bucks on Amazon. I have them linked down below. Then you want to get a little USB turntable. It's a little display thing, kind of like that. You plug it into USB and it just rotates. Okay. And then you make a styrofoam or cardboard box and you mount the light to the top of the box shining down. Okay. Or off to like a corner, like the front here, angled inward. All right. And you put your stuff in there, put it on the turntable. You plug in the USB thing so it starts going around, and you turn on the UV light. Give it 20 minutes and you're good. We can actually feel they're warm because the curing process is exothermic. So they actually are a little bit warm. So it's really pounding them with the UV. And these are hollow with 1 millimeter walls and there's no warping. They're fine. Very, very impressive. I'm impressed, Phrozen. Those are some nice fins. Oh, wait a minute. 4 of them together might be easier for me to weigh. Pretty close. These are still a little heavier. I think they're a little heavier, but as they dry, they might be about the same. So mass difference, pretty close. Solid, definitely heavier. But the hollow ones, nice. On this printer, no. This is our first print. But we can print something detailed. Hang on. Let me get this all cleaned up so that I don't mess myself. Okay. That goes in there. That goes on top for now. Put this back over here. Okay. So, something detailed. Depends on the cost of the screen. So, this does have a smaller build volume. The Mars, Creality, and Anycubic have a slightly larger build volume. You get an extra 20 or 30 millimeters on Z, and I believe the X and Y is slightly larger as well. So I can't answer that question right now because I just got it. I've had it for however long the stream's been going, since 11 o'clock. So I've only had this for 4 hours. So I can't tell you that right now. If the smaller build volume isn't a problem, and if the screen really does last 2,000 hours, and if it's reasonably affordable to replace that screen, then I would say yes, this is probably superior to the Mars, Anycubic, and Creality printers. I have one in the Connex container somewhere, so not one that I can get to and use to weigh them. I can tell you that these should weigh just under 5 grams each. That's what the slicer tells me. But of course, that's dependent on whether or not you give it the right density for the plastic, but that should be pretty close. So these are right around 5 grams. I want to say that these are right around 5 or 6 grams, maybe just a hair heavier. What I don't know is how much stronger or weaker they are. I mean, if I used the ABS-like resin, it would obviously be better. But I have my original Mars in the bus, but I haven't got the Mars Pro yet. I'm still waiting for that. They sent me an email saying they want to send me one. I replied with all my information, but I haven't heard nothing since then. So I don't know if they're actually sending one or not. I hope they do, because I hear it's a pretty nice improvement. So if you only have to print one, probably go FDM. But if you have to print a whole bunch, resin might be pretty cool. The cool thing about the resin, though, is I could do transparent. So these are see-through. They're not, well, translucent. light passes through them. Elegoo resin is fantastic, especially their ABS-like resin. The ABS-like resin is amazing. And it's cheap. Like $35 a kilo. It's very cheap. Let's see what they cost right now. $26 for 500 grams. And wow, the price has gone up. The clear blue is now $47 for a liter. Yeah, the price has gone up. Oh, there we go. You can get the clear green for $35 a kilo. $37 a kilo for gray. $35 a kilo for maroon. Clear is only $34 a kilo. That's nice. And white is $37. So only the white and the clear blue are expensive for some reason. Although they are the ABS-like. That's the difference. Yeah, the ABS-like is $10 more than the regular resin. Yeah. So the regular resins are $35 a kilo, and the ABS-like resins are $47 a kilo, which is still incredible. Now, it's in my list, but Stickeryeti has an ABS-like resin for $35 a kilo. That's nice. That's the deal right there. Let me make sure this is added to my list. Do I have a separate category for resin? I think I do. Yes. So if you go to the category called Resin 3D printing, they have, well, it says here, I'm looking at gray. You have green, gray, and white for $35 for a kilogram, for a liter. And that's ABS-like, so it's going to be tougher. It's going to be less tendency to be brittle. I added that to the list. So that's Stickeryeti. So right now, they're the best bargain for the tougher resins. You can get the same price for the non-tough resins from Elegoo, but Elegoo charges $10 more for the ABS-like. But you can get the Stickeryeti for $35 a liter, and that is Amazon Prime shipped in the US. Any other resins available? And if you don't want the, oh, they have flexible. Oh, that's cool. You can get Stickeryeti Blue for $44 a kilo. And you can get their fast resin. I'm guessing it prints faster. And it's going to be the more brittle kind of resin. But it's $29.99 a kilo. That's pretty hard to beat. So it looks like Stickeryeti is going to give Elegoo a run for their money on prices. Good. And it's orange. Now, if you want some more colors, Saintsmart has resins, which work very well. $20 for 500 grams. So you can get more color variety if you want more color. I saw that flexible, but $65 a kilo. I'll add that to the list too. But yes, that is very interesting. The cool thing about the Tenacious is I can make these fins out of Tenacious, and you would probably never break one crashing the rocket. The fins would probably be stronger than the rest of it. That's pretty cool. I got to get them to send me some. I wish they had a 500-gram bottle so I can play with it without spending $65. But it looks like they only have the kilogram bottles, which is a pity. And you also need to be pretty warm to print it. So you want to make sure you're, 25°C or higher before you print with it. So that's the kind of thing where you might want to warm up the resin first. Wow. Nice. What do you mean by vertical lines? Do you have a picture? A mechanical flaw in your printer. So something is not mechanically straight. A bronze effect, you can get bronze colored silk filaments that are actually surprisingly beautiful. But do remember, silk filaments, while the filament is stronger, the layer adhesion is worse. So depending on what you're printing, that might not work. Not yet, I haven't. They did send me one in the box, and I know there's going to be some issues getting it installed, but I haven't had a chance to try to install it yet. So what is something we could print on here? You know something? How about we print my shark rocket? Yeah, how about we print the shark rocket? Let's delete all that. I think that'd be cool. Let us see, let us see, let us see. Shark attack! So scale to fit. Where's my scaling? Here it is. I believe the maximum is 130 millimeters. Yes. Is there any way for me to make it solid and then hollow it? Now, can I get rid of that center with a hole? So let's do it. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try it though. 100 millimeters. 10. Not quite. Let's go 5. Too deep to dig. There's a hole in the center of the model. I'm trying to figure out how to make it go away. I guess I'll have to leave it. So let's go 5 millimeters deep. We're going to add a hole down there. So let's go 4. 4. That works. Let's go 3 millimeters. Add a couple of holes. That should have worked. Add a hole. That worked. Oh, it broke it. Don't want to do that. That worked. Gotta place the hole very carefully, otherwise you end up with a crack. Now I need one hole in the top to make sure it actually drains. Add a hole right here. That works. That's a little too big. 1, 3. There we go. Now I got good drainage. Yeah, I like that. Okay. That's going to take quite a bit longer to print, of course. About 2 hours. Slice. The Shark Attack. Little itty bitty one. Make sure there's no crazy artifacts. Nope, it looks good. Okay. Ooh, I need another hole. Yeah, I need a drain hole up here. There we go. Oh, I need one more hole. Add a hole right about there. There we go. Let's see how it looks. Yeah. Looks nice. Basically, I'm doing a little one of this. I'm doing that, but tiny. My Shark Attack rocket, but in resin. An orange! Writing file. Actually, you know something? I probably should do this at 0.1 layer height. Get a cleaner line, since it's not going to finish before the end of the stream anyway. And that means I should be able to use a 2-second burn time. That looks good. Yes. 3 hours, 20 minutes. 3 hours and 20 minutes for a 130 millimeter tall file. That's pretty fast. I could probably go faster. And just for the hell of it, let's see what happens if I go 0.05, which means I should be able to go with a 1-second burn time and a 20-second, let's go 25-second bottom exposure for 12 layers. How long would that take? Five hours, 51 minutes. I'll save it anyway. So we're going to call it high res shark attack. But I don't think I need to go 0.5. Hey, Dave. Good night, Ingo. I always tended to use millimeters for small things, just because it's more convenient. When you're doing something this scale, inches is a pain in the ass, but millimeters is just convenient. For temperature, I'm Fahrenheit. Hey, Verts Hobbies. All right, let's verify that the vat is clear. Where is the spatula? Where do the tools go? Anybody see where the tools went? Yeah, I'm doing a new one. It's going to take 3 hours, though, so you won't be able to see the end until you check Twitter later. Where is the tools that came with the printer? Under the cat. They're gone. Like, they're legit gone. There's the gloves, the memory card. There's the manual. Aha! Good eye. Just making sure the vat is clean. Okay. I can't say it was aliens, but it was aliens. Actually, now that this has resin on it, even cleaned off, I do need to be careful with this because he will try to grab this and take off with it. And I don't want him licking resin. That would be bad. And that is just cool. No, that's in Nevada. Higher layer heights gives you better Z resolution. Oh, I'm sorry. Higher layer heights prints faster. Your print time is determined. The time it takes to print is literally proportional to the number of layers times your time per layer. So larger layer heights means what would normally take 2 or 3 hours, I could do in 48 minutes. So if I were to print these at 0.05, I would gain nothing except that it would take 4 hours to copy or to print them. So by printing them at 0.2 layer height, 48 minutes. I'll just put it outside. The thinner layers require less time, but unless the less time is less than half, it's not going to get any faster. Plus, remember, you have motion time. That takes the same amount of time no matter how long your burn time is. Okay? So the burn time right now is going to be 1 second. But the per layer movement is 7 seconds. Okay? So 10 layers is 70 seconds. Yeah, 10 times 7, 70 seconds. While if I only had to do 5 layers, I only have 35 seconds of motion time. So I cut my print time in half, even if I don't change my layer time. So think of it this way. Each time you print a layer, can you see this? Yes, there we go. So each layer has 2 components. You have burn and you have motion. Okay? So burn is the LCD turning on, curing the resin. Okay? Thicker layers, longer burn time. Thinner layers, shorter burn time. Okay? So let's say at 0.2, I needed 3 seconds. And at 0.1, I think I'm doing 1.5 seconds, or maybe 1 second. 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm doing 2 seconds. So this is 0.2 and this is 0.1. Okay. Now, motion time is 7 seconds. It's actually about 7 seconds. So that's 7 seconds either way. So each of these layers takes 10 seconds. Each of these layers takes 9 seconds. All right. So I'm saving a second per layer, but I'm also cutting the number of layers in half. So let's say this here is 100 layers, and this here is, 50 layers, and this here is 100 layers. Okay, so you have 9 times 100, or 900 seconds to do 0.1, but to do 0.2, it's 10 seconds, but I only have to do 50. So that's 500 seconds. So even though I'm only saving 1 second per layer, because I only have to do half the number of layers, it magnifies your savings because your motion time stays the same no matter what your burn time is. You know, that time where it has to go and come back down. That takes the same amount of time. But I only have half of them because I only have 50 layers instead of 100 layers. So in the end, I save 400 seconds of printing time. So thicker layers, I have less overhead waste in motion. You can, but your savings are going to be minimal. The limitation on this printer is the screen off time, the LED off time. They have it set at 7 seconds, and there's probably a reason they have it set at 7 seconds. This has no cooling fans. So I'm guessing it needs that 7 seconds to cool down the LED array to keep it from overheating. So I could shorten that to 3.5 seconds and speed up the Z movement, but now I'm going to be tearing it off the FEP a little harder, which might damage my prints, and I might overheat the LED. Because the way it works is, how do I show you? Okay. So you have an aluminum plate that your print sticks to. So the print sticks to the aluminum plate like that, okay? But the resin is a liquid. So you have to have an intermediary layer between the LCD and the aluminum plate. Otherwise, your resin is going to leak all over your LCD screen, okay? So the way they do that is there's what's called a FEP sheet. I don't remember what that stands for, but basically it's a plastic layer that forms a vat. So this vat has a bottom, and that bottom is that clear plastic layer. Well, here's the problem. When you cure the resin, it sticks to the aluminum, but it also sticks to the FEP sheet. So the print actually sticks to that plastic sheet. So you have to peel the plastic off, peel the resin print off the plastic sheet so that the plastic sheet can then go back down again, and then you bring it back down and you print your next layer. If you don't, you're just adding UV to the plastic stuck to the plastic sheet, to the resin stuck to the plastic sheet. So you have to force those two to separate first and then print your next layer. And you do that by peeling. You do that by pulling off the FEP. And what you're depending on is that the adhesion to the aluminum is stronger than the adhesion to the clear plastic sheet in the vat. And as long as that is the case, the aluminum will hold on to the part and rip it off of the plastic sheet. And so you have to do that lift, drop to rip the resin print off the plastic sheet that forms the bottom of your vat. Yes, absolutely. It's flexible, so it's going to bulge a little bit. You want it to bulge, because if it bulges, then it's going to go from shape like this to shape like this. And when it does that, it will peel from the edges. It's like when you have a Wham Bam sheet. You notice if you try to grab something and pull it off the Wham Bam sheet, it doesn't work. But if you take the Wham Bam sheet and go and you flex it, you can actually hear the print go and come off of the Wham Bam sheet nice and easy. When you're using polycarbonate. When you're using PEX, it just pops right off. Well, the same thing's happening in here. Now, normally you would do a tilt to facilitate that peel process. That's why it's called a peel. These printers, to save money, they determined that they can get rid of that very expensive peeling mechanism. You know, a printer like the Formlabs is a $3,000 printer. It's a $200 printer. I highly doubt you could actually make it stick hard enough to actually rip the FEP sheet unless the FEP sheet's already damaged. What will happen is the print will release from the aluminum. You can actually see that here. So because my burn time was too short because of how thick my layer was, the plastic, the resin, I gotta stop calling it plastic if you know what it is because it's confusing, but the resin was too soft. So the pull force between the aluminum and the FEP was greater than the plastic in its softened state could handle, and it ripped the part. Now, thankfully, it was strong enough in the middle that it eventually pulled itself free, and it continued to print. But that's a result of the pull force between the FEP and the aluminum being stronger than the plastic itself. So I had to increase the burn time a little bit, which makes the resin cure a little more, which makes it stronger, and then you get a proper print with no ripping. I also hollowed it, which decreases the pull force because the pull force is a factor of area. And so being hollow, there's less area, so less pull force. That 1 millimeter is enough though. It doesn't need to bulge much. Just any bulge at all will help with peeling the print off instead of it popping off. So it'll be less damage to your FEP sheet. That's what I'm assuming. Actually, the resin warming is a good thing. Warmer resin is better. But yeah, I'm guessing the 7-second off time is to allow the LED array to cool down. That's a really horrible from a mechanical point of view. Yeah, but the result is it's cheaper. We now have access to technology we would not have access to otherwise. Do you think I would have 5 resin printers if they were $4,000 a piece? No. I would have 0. But by making these mechanical shortcuts, we're able to do this with a $200 printer. So yeah, it's a little crude, but that crudeness makes it cheap. I wondered about that. My concern is if you get any of that Teflon lube on the aluminum plate, well, you just shot yourself in the foot. What's the PDMS layer? What's that? Same thing as FEP? Okay. Yeah, that's part of why they will angle the print, is to reduce that suction force when it pulls off. But that's why the more advanced printers will do a tilt and peel, because by tilting and peeling, you reduce how much force you're applying. Think of it this way. It's like taking a piece of Scotch tape and peeling the Scotch tape off like this versus trying to grab the entire piece of Scotch tape and just rip it off like that. Scotch tape is not very strong. If I were to put a piece of Scotch tape on this phone and I could peel the tape right off the phone without lifting the phone off the table, but if I were to glue a beam to the Scotch tape so that I can pick it up all at once, it would pick up the phone, no problem, because it's a matter of adhesion over surface area. By trying, this has to peel the entire piece all at once. That's why when you're doing a larger print, you'll actually hear it go as it pops off the FEP sheet because the surface area is so large. Yeah, that'll do it. So the more advanced printers will do a tilt and peel, which is like trying to grab the Scotch tape from the end and peel it off. Okay. And that's also why you actually want that FEP to bulge a little bit, because that, instead of it trying to pull the entire piece off, it's now pulling the FEP from the edges in like it's peeling it. So it's kind of like a peel effect. So you kind of want it to be flexible. Yeah. Oh, that new one that who's using it? Who's using that different material that's not FEP, it's something else. Wow, a 6 by 6 inch flat area. That's a lot of pull force. EPACs. Am I sick? I had the flu a couple weeks ago, and so I have a persistent cough since I had the flu. Apparently, that's pretty normal. It's very annoying. I don't know. Yes, the tilty table probably does help. How effective it is, I don't know. But if you can encourage the part to peel instead of pull, that helps a lot. Really? Holy crap. Yeah, when my sister came back from Las Vegas back toward Tennessee, she stopped here for a few hours, and yeah, she gave us all the flu. Thank you, Sarah. She got hit with it pretty hard too. She was so sick that the combination of the high altitude, her asthma, and the flu really freaked her out. Like she was like spazzing. I've only ever had the flu twice in my entire life. I would prefer not to have it a third time. It's extremely annoying. Might not be enough resin in there. Yeah, I know I dropped the thing. I'll get it. I think there's enough in there, but I'm going to add a little more just in case. Wait till it's down and add it. There we go. Got it. Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want to cut down your light. Not really. It all just looks red. Although maybe. No. I can see the resin, so I think the orange is not quite clear enough to allow me to see through. Six times a year? I think you're getting a cold, not a flu. If you got the actual flu 6 times a year, you'd be dead. No, it wouldn't. But it is transparent at least. I'm going to pause it when it gets to 10% just to make sure it's actually sticking. That sucks. Easier with gray resin, huh? It's transparent, but it's transparent red. So it's not clear transparent. You're not going to get your webcam would have to be this big to fit around the build plate. Huh, that sucks. Well, something we might be doing next week, if I don't get anything else to do, I have the laser cutter from Orter. So pretty big cutting area too. So we're going to play with that. You're right. An ESP, if it's waterproof, an ESP32 cam probably would work. But then again, if you kept the camera out of the vat, meaning out of the resin, by the time it got high enough for the camera to see it, it's high enough for you to see it. You have the most rooms on the sides. I don't know. Here we go. It is 160 millimeters by 150 millimeters. And GearBest is supposed to be sending me another one that is 300 by 400 printing area. No, the camera would have to be in the vat. So it would have to be left to right side. That's why it has to be this big. Because it has to fit between the build plate and the vat wall. They're fun. You know, if you have a use for it, or if you just want to tinker, the price is now cheap enough where it's fun just to tinker with. The well, that's the problem though. When it gets high enough for that to work, it's high enough for you to see it. Yeah, exactly. So I see this as a complement to FDM printing, where, for example, I might print a Saturn V out of FDM in paper, and then use the resin printer to print the little itty bitty details that just won't work on an FDM printer. Like try printing an escape tower on an FDM printer. Have fun. Cool. Well, I'm hoping I can also use the laser cutter to make custom foam board inserts for shipping my rockets. So, for example, I would want to ship this part like this in the box and have a foam cutout to the shape of the fins to hold it in the center of the box so that if it gets a little warm, it's less likely to warp. And then I could have a hole here to hold that piece and a hole here to hold this piece. So I could fit this all in the box nice and neat. But I could basically ability to make custom packaging without spending a fortune to make custom packaging. So far, I like it. It did a hell of a job on my little fins for the rocket, and they're all dimensionally accurate. The fins fit, which I'm impressed with. So all the locking tabs work, and it fits. It's dimensionally accurate enough that it goes right in there and locks in place. I'm impressed. That works pretty good. That's a lot of heat. The laser can do it. The laser could cut it out in less time than it takes me to heat up the metal. Hey, Sydney, Australia. I hear you guys finally got those wildfires under control. That's some good news. He probably would try if the printers were any lighter. Because they're a little crazy. Yeah, you go from fire, burning hell and brimstone to flooding at the bottom of the ocean. You guys just don't get a break down there, huh? It's like Mother Nature went, Australia, have fun with this. Damn. I hear it's pretty nice there, though. In general, I hear it's a pretty cool place. Yes, significantly faster. Twice as fast, at least. Yeah, that'd be funny. Well, just remember, I am poisonous and venomous. Yeah, don't forget that. Well, the problem is, okay. This kind of annoys me in financial circles too when people talk about this and cost of living and stuff like that. People say, "Well, you did it. You moved from Pennsylvania to New Mexico." I could never do it again. Never. It was a quirk of circumstances, opportunity, and resources that permitted me to move. It should not have been possible. This move should have been impossible. I mean, most people don't realize how difficult it is to actually move. Moving is not easy. It's very expensive and has a lot of consequences you have to deal with. I hope so. I would love to have an affordable, larger format resin printer. Oh, $200 plus shipping. Moving is AIDS. I lived in Levittown, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia. I moved because my property taxes in Pennsylvania were $8,500 a year, and I still owed $70,000 on the house. Yes, it's in the description. Or if you go to the, well, it's sold out on Amazon. It was available for $229 on Amazon Prime ship, but it's sold out. So you just save that. But it's also available for, I think it's sold out with Phrozen too. I think they're sold out as well. So they're gonna make more. But the link to Amazon and the link to the manufacturer website is in the description of the video. Pretty similar now. You can buy a liter of resin, which is a kilogram, which is equivalent to $8,500 in property taxes, and it was a Levittown house. It was not no freaking mansion or some rich place. It was 0.17 acre, a little tiny plot, little tiny house, and 2,400 square feet. Wasn't huge, and it was $8,500 a year in taxes, and it was going up about $200 to $300 per year. Here, my entire cost of living for the whole year, everything, food, utilities, all of it, is less than $8,500. I basically needed to make $4,000 a month to survive in Levittown. That's including all the debt that I was carrying from my dad. Here, it's rough, but I'm making it on $800-900 a month. So you can get the resin for about $35 to $45 a kilogram, and because you're printing small, your cost per part is very low. Now, if you have lots of failures and you're printing large items and you're not hollowing them out, you're printing them solid, the cost can add up pretty quick. Think of it as printing with Protopasta PLA. You're printing with a premium material. Where do you get 1 kilogram of Esun for $25? I would like to buy some of that. And someone was supposed to send me that link to the 4 gallons of resin. Oh, it's only in Australia? Not available here? Yeah, I got a credit card ready for $25 a kilogram. I got close. This was $20 a kilogram, but it was a clearance deal. But we can get Stickeryeti for pretty close to that. Actually, we can get that pretty close. The Stickeryeti is $29.99. So that's actually pretty close. Yeah, 4 gallons. Somebody posted, they said they can get 4 gallons of resin at $25 a liter. I know. Just 2 years ago, you were looking at $180 a liter, $150 a liter, and now we're down to 30 on Amazon, prime shipped. ABS like, no less. No, that was 35 for ABS like. $20 a kilogram or 20 euros a kilogram for Esun PLA. That's not bad. Now, is that the PLA Plus or regular PLA? Because if that's PLA Plus, that's great. If that's regular PLA, that's normal. $20 to $24 a kilogram is a normal price for a decent quality PLA. You can get discount stuff cheaper. Usually the PLA itself is not any cheaper. It's usually the same plastic. It prints just fine. It's usually the colors that you don't get. So you're not going to get, this pretty color at $14 a kilogram. Not usually. Yeah, that's not a bad price, especially considering your taxes. 20 euros, is that factoring in your taxes? Your VAT? Hey, looks like it's printing okay. It's at 14%. This is a big print. It's full build height. but it's printing. I am printing my Shark Rocket, or MechG's Shark Rocket. It's the triangularized version of this with shark teeth and eyes. So I'm printing a little mini one. Yeah, 20 euros or 22 euros for PLA or PLA Plus, including VAT, is an excellent price. You're paying less than I pay. I would definitely stop buying the PLA unless you need the color and buy the PLA Plus because it's only 2 euros more and it's significantly superior. Esun's PLA Plus is amazing. It's my #1 recommended filament for beginners because it's incredibly tolerant to abuse and incredibly tolerant to a range of temperatures and speeds. So it's very, very tolerant of newbies. And it's stronger. Now, of course, they have a limited selection of colors in the PLA Pro. Yeah, here, I'll tell you right now. So here, Esun's PLA Pro is $23 a kilogram. So you're actually paying less, especially when you factor in tax, and that price doesn't include tax. I got to pay 8% tax here. Their regular PLA, okay, their regular PLA is cheaper here. It's $16 a kilogram. So about the same price as you when you factor in VAT, but you're actually saving money on the PLA Pro versus what I would pay. You're paying about the same price when you factor in VAT, when you factor in the conversion from Euro to US, but that's including VAT on your part. And for me to buy a roll of PLA Pro would be $24.17. So either right about equal or slightly more money than you're paying for PLA Pro. So that's not bad. Definitely go with the PLA Pro. I'm not, depending on how much you're using, I don't know if the effort to swap those rolls is worth the €1 savings. You're saving €1. And it's not like a master spool that you can just go click, click, and take it apart. You've got to take out like 6 very difficult to remove bolts to split that spool apart and put it onto the new one. So I would probably just pay the extra euro and not have to futz with it. I've done that. In a pinch, I needed a quick lampshade because the light was bothering me, and I just printed a PLA cone and stuck it on top of it. It was an LED bulb, so it didn't get hot. Exactly. My only problem with the master spools is they're designed for 750 grams, and that's just not cool to me. I do not want to encourage the manufacturers to give me 25% less filament and charge me the same price, because that's exactly what they would do. Yes, it is. I can't wait until spring because one of you guys, I gotta make sure I do not show addresses here. Is it this one? Yes. So Mike from Kokomo, Indiana sent me a $50 Texas Roadhouse gift card. This is my all-time favorite place in the world to eat. I love this place. I can't go now because I don't want to put 20 bucks in gas in the pickup truck or the minivan to go there. and it's a little too far away to make the round trip safely with the electric car. Unless we go during the day, but you can't go during the day because they don't open until 5. So I wouldn't be able to charge the car up afterwards. But once it gets warmer, once spring hits, I'll have plenty of range to get there and back. So we're looking forward to that. Oh, they're especially with that cinnamon honey butter. Oh. Yeah, that's pure evil. What was this one? That's from my mom. So. No, I can do basic stuff. Like I designed this from scratch. So I was able to make this work, but this is all basically just squares. And it's just a matter of tweaking dimensions until it works. So I can do basic modeling, but I can't do advanced modeling. I don't have the skills yet for that. I always buy the $35 porterhouse. It's just, it's so good. And you got to get a bloomin' onion. Oh, the bloomin' onions are evil. And I wonder if they got fried pickles out here. I love fried pickles. Oh God, fried pickles are so good. Yeah, and you know, believe it or not, that's actually not a bad price for steak considering out here. Where, you know, going to the grocery store to buy steak is $12.99 a pound. Jesus. It's so expensive. I need to learn how to use Fusion 360 because MechG made this from my drawings in like 2 days. And I want to be able to do stuff like this so badly. Oh, I know. I actually designed my nose cone in Fusion 360. And, you know, I probably couldn't do it again without relearning what I learned the first time. But, yeah, I know. I see it here. But, yeah, I need to learn how to use Fusion 360. I really, really need to learn how to use that. My biggest problem in Fusion 360 was finding, you know, centering things. Saying, here's my center point, rotate around that center point. You know, it's just for extruding a shape, that's easy, but like for attaching fins to it, it's just hard. Bunnings snags? What's that? Alrighty, guys, we are at 18%. It is 1600 hours. It is time for me to call it quits for today. So I will see you guys on a video this weekend and a stream next week where I believe we will be playing with the Orter laser cutter. Thank you to William, my new patron. Thank you very much. I appreciate you joining my Patreon. And thank you so much to, let me give a shout out to these guys again. Thank you so much to Lawrence Hall, Kevin Yoda, and Stephen Cohen for your PayPal donations. I appreciate that so much. It's amazing that you guys are that generous. I really appreciate that. You guys make it possible for me to do this as my job. Amazon's not doing so great this month. I'm probably going to end up at around 400. But what can you do? Shit happens. Hopefully when the winter passes, things will pick up again, and we'll go from there. So it'll be fun. So I will see you guys later. Thank you very much again.